3 months. Awesome.
Hey everybody, and welcome to The Damage. Except tonight, because it's Friday night, it's going to be welcome to more than just me. It's going to be welcome to me and my friends as we play our live D&D game, Stonemoss Abbey. But I got to kick things off with a huge thank you to Angel Spiritwind for the gift sub to Adele the Lizard Wizard. Thank you very much. A big cheer and shout out there. And also, thank you, Angel Spiritwind, for the Prime resub. Man, 3 months already. Oh my gosh. You have now earned the Black Corgi. Welcome to the Black Corgi Club. Hey there, Taffer. Welcome, welcome. Yep, that's right. It is Friday night. That means it is D&D night. We have moved to an every other week schedule here for Stonemoss Abbey. And that is our live D&D game. We are using the Humblewood expansion for D&D 5th edition. Humblewood is from Hit Point Press. It's a wonderful, wonderful expansion. This is not a sponsored stream. I just think it's a really cool expansion. It's got new races, new lore, new character classes, new magic, new lots of things. It's kind of Redwall in feel, and we've kind of pushed that Redwall feel a bit more with this custom campaign. This campaign is written by our DM, Rastavar. So it's not a campaign you'll find in the book, but it goes to show just how flexible D&D can be, even when you're using expansion modules. And as usual for these games, I'm not going to be able to interact as much during the game, because I need to focus on playing the game. I need to focus on being my character. So as the game runs, I'm not going to be able to interact with chat much, if at all. I will try to do so within chat when possible, but most of my attention is going to be going towards the game. We will be having about a 10 to 15 minute break, somewhere around the halfway point, which is around 8 o'clock Central Time. It could be a little bit before that, could be a little bit after that, just whenever we have a natural break in the game. And at that point, I will definitely be back to hang out with you in chat and talk and answer any questions, have a good laugh at some of my horrible dice rolls, which are going to happen. They're going to happen. I know it. But yeah, so I'll be back during that, and then I'll be back again after the end of the session to hang out with you guys too. Another quick note is the on-screen notifications for, subs, resubs, gifts, and follows, things like that, are turned off during the game because I am uploading these sessions to YouTube, and they get a little bit confusing sometimes without being able to see the chat there. So again, during this game, kind of like how Critical Role does it and how High Rollers does it, during the game I'll be focused on the game, but I will be back with you all during the break and after the session too. You can all please feel free to chat and laugh at all the goofy things we do and point out things we probably could be doing better in chat as we go along. That is 100% okay. Please feel free to talk with each other. It's always really fun to see the banter going on as we're playing. And thank you again last time for the awesome fan art that was done during stream. On the Discord now, there is an official Stonemoss Abbey channel. So any future fan art, things like that, can go in there. And if you're not part of the Discord, I will drop the link to it right here. And also, the very last link on the socials link there is to the YouTube channel, where you'll find all of the previous episodes, except for the one just before this, because I kind of forgot to upload that one. So I'll be uploading that and this tonight. The last episode will go up immediately once it's done processing. Tonight's episode will be going up tomorrow at 6 p.m. due to Twitch upload restrictions. But with no further ado, because that was a whole lot of ado-do, I'm going to go ahead and pause the music and bring in the gang. Alrighty. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hey there.
Greetings.
All right. So I'll kick us off here. I play Captain Nyril Forms. He is a Gerbine, and he is flavored as a hare, and he is a fighter who used to be a bandit and might still kind of be a bandit, but he's sort of reformed and now possibly questioning the wisdom of going on this adventure, but we're on it, so doggone it, we're going to finish it. Next up, we have Dow Spoons. Would you like to introduce yourself and your character?
Certainly. Good evening, everybody. I am Tau Spoons. I will be playing Rakaw, the Divine Soul Sorcerer, adherent of Gesmi, sage, full of knowledge, and also a very large bird.
And who has amazing bird-themed magic.
Thank you.
After him, we have Nomad. Would you like to introduce yourself and your character?
Hello, I'm Nomad. I'm playing Theron, the Way of the Kinsei monk. He is a silver fox, and he's hopefully not going to fall off this tree.
Well, I mean,
no promises.
Maybe Nyrol won't throw another rock at him, or maybe he will. You never know.
He's fallen off the tree once so far. Wasn't quite as high up.
This is
I was
true.
knocked off the tree.
Yeah.
Just once.
I mean, you're the one who lost your grip, so who really fell? I mean, come on. And then we also have Nuime. Would you like to introduce yourself and your character?
Hello, I'm Nuime. I play Keela, who is a Mistral Raptor, rogue scout, and she is a very small burb, as opposed to Rakaw's very big burb. So
She's very small, but very
Small
lethal
burb.
with that crossbow and her like amazing ability to just roll nat 20s on attacks.
She's wind touched, man.
there you go. That's what it is.
And last but by no means least, in fact, probably greatest, because he wrote this campaign and made all the maps and has been putting up with our shenanigans for way longer than he expected, is my best friend and moderator, Rastavar, our dungeon master.
Hello, I'm Rastavar, and I am playing everybody else. And I am excited to get back into this. Got some fun stuff lined up. Can't wait to see how you guys deal with it. So, anything else we need to take care of before we dive right in?
I think we're good.
Okay. In that case, last time on Stonemoss Abbey. The great serpent Astereth has led our heroes to the withered elm, an enormous tree deep in the ashlands, and the nesting site of two giant leaf-winged birds who, according to Astereth, have stolen the sword of Gaspard from her coiled clutches. Nyril forms, Keela of the Emberguard, Theron Thistlebrush, and Sage Rakaw fought their way past a slime-infested moat and into the hollow trunk of the elm, where they discovered scaffolding, machinery, and blueprints for the construction of a treetop city dated just before the beginning of the Great Calamity. They also discovered an infestation of thorny vines wrapped around the elm's vast trunk and choking its interior. From these vines emerged plant creatures like the ones who attacked the walls of Stonemoss Abbey before their journey began. After besting these attackers, our heroes made a breathless climb up to another chamber shrouded in total darkness. Their path leads them onward and upward, to the mysteries contained in the withered elm, to the secret of the strange powers wielded by Lorik Thornheart, and to the destiny bound up in the fabled blade of the sword of Gaspard. So you have just entered this chamber through another doorway on the trunk of the withered elm after free climbing up a section of it. You step out onto a wooden platform. Around you, you see thick, choking darkness. Through the dim light filtering in from what passes for daylight in the ashlands, you see writhing vines and thorns pretty much all around you, above and in an arc from left to right. At first, it looks like your way forward is completely choked off, and then you notice there are some passageways.
Well, that don't look ominous now, does it?
More so than the whole place itself.
I mean, we could take to the outside and see if we can just climb to the next level, but I didn't quite see another door.
No.
And I'm not that good of a climber.
Get
Well,
right on Nirel's back.
I mean, you could try. I wouldn't recommend it.
I also wouldn't recommend it.
I think Nirel's gonna. I think we had to leave our previous torch behind because climbing with the torch is be a bit tricky. I think he's gonna strike up another torch and see if we can see any better at all, or if we can just kind of see these passages through the thorns and thickets.
Well, as Nyril does that, Rakaw is going to activate the little glow crystal that's now attached to his staff and have that give off some light as well.
Absolutely. So you are able to fill this little space around you with light, and most of what you illuminate is more layers of these thorns. The vines seem to have completely choked this space. There are passageways through them, but they wind and split in confusing ways. You can just see about 20 feet in front of you in either direction here. You can see there are two passages open to you. You can see that this one off to the left splits in two directions. Beyond that, it's hard to say. You're going to have to actually get in there to be able to see beyond them.
Well, Rakaw is going to very quietly cast Cure Wounds on himself, since he's a
Actually,
little rough from that last go.
I was just gonna say, I think Nirel's gonna look over the party first and see how we're all looking. If we're looking rough, he's probably gonna suggest a short rest now that we're on a platform and things seem a little bit quiet-ish.
How many people are actually injured? I feel like I was the only one who took major damage in our last go.
Keel's a little roughed up, not too bad.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even
Got
get
some
scratched.
feathers displaced.
Nirel's got minor injury, but nothing too bad. So if you want to do Cure Wounds, you can go for it. Or we can take a rest. Either way.
I'll just burn a spell slot.
Yeah.
Famous last words.
Yeah, that's not too bad. 9 HP.
No, it's not.
Nice.
Yeah. So, left or right? Which way do we go?
I'm not exactly fancying how that one branches off even more already.
Are those vines writhing?
They look like they're moving, yeah.
Oh,
Writhing,
It is.
possibly wriggling.
It is on brand.
Didn't suppose we could just freeze our way through again, but didn't think we really got the time for it either.
No, I think probably taking the existing passages is our fastest bet. Whether it's our safest is another question.
Yeah. Well,
Probably not, but
yeah,
one way's as good as the other.
as long as I've got this armor and shield, let me take point if we're heading right.
Yeah,
Nirel's
after you.
Head to the right.
All right.
Right's just as good as left.
Yep.
it's not like there's a giant snake waiting on us at the top of this anyway.
Yeah, the ground above you, or the ground beneath your feet, is feels like walking on kindling. It's dry, shifting strangely beneath you, but seems mostly stable. Now, as we enter this area, we are going to be entering a sort of soft initiative. So we're not going to roll for initiative, but It's not important the order in which you choose to do your actions, but essentially you do each have a round in which to move and take an action if you wish.
Okay.
So an action could include things like rolling a perception check to see what's going on around you.
Okay.
But as you move in here, I will give you for free that you see another
Well,
nice little section of vines with some more passages splitting off of it.
well, I'm all for the straightened path rather than trying to branch off. Get this
Yeah.
bad feeling we're gonna have to backtrack a little. A lot.
That said, if that path on the right there's a dead end, might as well at least, eliminate it from possible places we need to go. So, how's
Can't
about
argue with that.
I'll move ahead, take a look, see how it goes.
What behind you then?
You sure you don't want me to go first? You're looking a little bit rough, and you've got a knot on your forehead from something.
You bring that up again, and I ain't gonna be the only one with a knot on my forehead. Just
Okay,
saying.
if you think you can hit me.
It's more about, like, how many times, but anyways, he's just gonna leave it at that and walk ahead across the crunchy ground, and he wants to take a look down in this next area here. So is that a perception check?
All right. Well,
Or am I just looking?
first, I do need to know, are the other two of you moving?
Theron's letting Rakaw go ahead of him, and he's going to take up the back.
Okay.
Well, I will follow Keela and Nyril. Can we all? Are we limited to our normal movement speed for this?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just moved the equivalent of 5, so 10. 15, 20, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll stop there.
All right.
Yep, and I will just follow in behind if...
Sure. And Nyril, go ahead and roll your perception check. So you're looking around.
I really should have let somebody with good perception go ahead, but
Well.
All right. So you shine your torch down in this direction, and you do see
Oh, okay.
another wooden platform that seems to be infested by another clump of brambles. But just as you see that, you hear a rustling all around you of vines dragging on vines, and you see the passageways begin to shift.
Oh, come on now.
well, that ain't good.
Oh, really starting to hate this place.
Does that push Keela into the room since she was in the hallway?
Yeah.
Yeah, she is going to be pushed into the
Just-
room.
Okay.
And a few other passageways are visible to you. And let's see. Rakaw, could you roll me a d12, please?
Always a scary thing.
Lucky
Oh, that's
7.
good. That's a good
Yeah.
roll.
That is a good roll. I must say it's a good roll.
As you step into the chamber, Rakaw, you hear a crunch that doesn't sound like wood or branches. It sounds more like something ceramic cracking underfoot.
Can I? So it literally sounds like it's under our feet.
Yes, you stepped on something and it cracked.
Okay. Can I do a little perception check to see what it is we may have stepped on?
Absolutely.
And perceptione.
Hey.
18.
It sounded like ceramic, but it's a very old, desiccated bone.
Hmm.
And
Lovely.
you see others, ribs, few vertebrae, and finally the skull of a rat. There are a few other scraps, the tattered remains of a few leather straps, probably the last bits of clothing to decay, attached to a few metal buckles, what may have been a traveler's pack. You find a rusted hand axe and a small coin purse, which on investigation contains 20 silver pieces.
Oh,
Well, I
That's
will
something, yeah.
retrieve that.
So someone met their unfortunate end here.
This place is clearly more lethal than it would first appear. I will gesture to the bones.
Thought it was looking pretty lethal from the get-go.
I mean, we were kind of attacked.
And all we can do now is press on.
We got a platform ahead. And
Perhaps
I don't see
we
no
should-
bones on it, so just judging by that, I'd say that might be the safer path to take.
Well, I think we probably want to go and clear out that bramble clump.
I mean, we can do that too. I'd just rather have my footballs on boards than whatever this mess is.
Yep,
Well, then let's press on.
it's not gonna hurt.
Alrighty. Let's not dally. And he's going to push on onto the platform. Now he is going to test kind of the bearing ability of these planks as he goes to make sure it isn't going to like crumble.
Sure. So yeah, you put your feet on them. You notice a little creaking, but it seems to hold. That whatever is supporting these planks is still stable and doesn't seem to be a danger of crashing through.
Keela's gonna come join.
Recall will head on over. For clarity's sake, like I know that these are like shrouded in shadow and stuff, but are they actionable spaces? Am I able to be where I am?
You are, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Well, should we treat this set like we did the ones downstairs? And Nirel's going to move his torch into his shield hand and pull out his hand axe again.
Should we?
I mean, there could be a door behind here.
Yeah, it's true.
Do we see anything in this particular bramble clump that looks of interest?
Actually, you do. This clump of brambles, unlike any of the others you've seen so far, has flowers. An array of small pink buds. They all seem to be closed, wrapped with the little green. The botanical term is escaping me, but the green almost leaves that enclose the not quite fully formed, not open yet open flower.
Okay.
Are these familiar looking flowers?
Roll nature check.
Can I also roll a nature check? Just
Sure.
because I am the outdoorsy scouty
I don't know
thing.
anything
I mean,
about flowers.
I might know nothing about flowers. I know a little bit, but not that much.
All right. So yeah, Theron just
flowers.
knows it's not a thistle.
Yeah.
Keela, you do know your flowers pretty well. And these don't look like any flowers you've seen before.
Okay.
They are oddly large. They're probably about the size of a grapefruit.
Oh,
Oh wow.
they're large flowers. All right. And they're all closed at the moment.
They are.
Mm. Ah. I'm thinking we probably should leave them alone. Just a hunch I have.
Yeah, but if there's a door here, it's going to save us going through who knows what out there.
Yeah, but who knows what kind of effects the pulling of these things will have on us. Could be poisonous for all we know. Closed up for now. Think I'll rather keep them that way.
Well, if we freeze them, they keep them closed. I ain't never seen no flowers bloom in winter.
I ain't ever heard thorns shriek before.
It's a fair point.
That was pretty creepy.
It is probably worth seeing what this can do, if for no other reason than to be informed should we encounter it again.
Yeah,
I'd
just advise caution then.
Well, the problem is, if we don't see what this is, and it is the way out, who knows how long it's going to take to get back here.
I really hate when it's a lose-lose situation. But you got a point.
All right, if we're gonna do this, we need to all take a deep breath before we do it, just in case it shoots anything out that we don't need to breathe in.
That's a good call.
I think I'm gonna move over here a bit, if you don't mind.
And those of you what's got something to cover your mouth, probably pull that up.
Keela pulls the scarf up around.
Recall will do
Like
like a
it's
little
gonna
bit of the hood on his robe, like over his beak nostrils, and he will go ahead and release a little ray of frost penguin at the bramble flower clump.
Sure. There are a number of flowers here. I want you to roll an attack roll.
Using ray of frost specifically, or just a
Yes.
generic? Okay.
Yeah.
Darren's gonna take 3 deep breaths.
Okay. So, and all of you are holding your breath?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think
All right.
at the moment, I think Nyral's switching over to his cutlass just in case.
Okay. So, yeah, you have no trouble hitting the bramble cluster, and you are able to hit several of these flowers with the frost penguin, but you aren't able to find an angle that gets all of them. And as the ice sweeps through this bramble cluster, as before, the vines shudder and shriek, and 3 flowers on the opposite side suddenly open up and give up a puff of glittering pink pollen. I need all of you to roll a Constitution saving throw, but because you're all holding your breath, do so with advantage.
Yay!
We did it.
Keela's just like pointing, like.
Well, we were supposed to roll twice, but I only rolled once, but I got a nat 20, so I'm just going with it.
I think you're fine.
Let's see
Dos
here.
nat 20tos.
I guess I got 12.
And ladies and gentlemen, there's my good roll of the night. Thank you, thank you. It will not happen again.
Congrats, you blew it on a weak flower pollen cloud.
Hey, we don't
We
know it's
don't-
weak.
Yeah.
We definitely do not know it's weak.
I know.
I've
All
been
right.
feeling the 12 may not be sufficient. I'm a little burb. I don't have very big lungs. I can't hold my breath very long.
We might have to hunt down what Keela turns into.
Yay! Flower monster.
Okay, so yeah, Nyril, Prakaw, Theron, you all are able to completely keep your mouths covered. The pollen sweeps over you, it dusts away, and that's enough time for Rakaw to finish icing the rest of this this bramble cluster. Keela's eyes go a little unfocused.
Yay.
What are the rest of you doing with your actions,
Um,
if anything?
if there are any flowers remaining that haven't gone poof yet, Nyril's gonna try to lop them off with his cutlass, just in case.
All the flowers that aren't frozen have already expelled their pollen.
Okay, in that case,
Sneezed on us.
it's hand axe and attack the frozen bits time.
Yeah, and you're able to, with some effort, carve out this chunk of bramble, and
Nothing there. Oh, hey.
a chest appears underneath. Keela,
Yes.
you suddenly know the most important thing for you to do right now
Ooh,
is to get to the northeast of this chamber.
the northeast.
You have to go there.
I have to go.
And that's where you're going right now. You are using your
Okay.
action to dash
But-
back into this
Woo!
cell.
Bye.
Whoa. Slow down. Uh,
Woo!
Keela's pretty smart about this kind of thing, so Darren's not gonna let her go alone.
25.
Where are we going? What are we doing?
Northeast.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Well,
Uh,
I guess that would be like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
1,
okay.
2, 3,
Stop.
4,
No,
five.
actually-
Stop.
Was that my dash? Yeah.
No, actually,
Nope.
where you were, because you
Was the
already
dash?
moved in, so your dash was to get
okay.
back to this
So
point.
there. Okay.
So, yeah.
If she tries to go any further, I'm gonna try to rein her back in. Like, hold on, we don't need to split up with the. And he's just trying to figure out
Yep.
what's going on.
I'll go now.
And at the bottom of this round, I do need to move Keela for this for a moment,
Oh no.
because as you're stepping forward so intently,
Oh.
a vine rises up from the floor. One that you can, now that it moves, you can see that it snakes back further into this maze.
Oh. It's not friendly.
And it is going to very quickly snake its way around Keela's body.
Jesus.
And Keela, you're totally okay with this.
Oh. It's like a hug.
Yeah, it does no damage to you. It just
Oh.
gently embraces you.
I think I made a friend.
And Keela, you are grappled and restrained.
All right.
Okay, so top of the next round.
Huh.
So, Theron, you've just seen Keela get wrapped up by this vine, and she seems okay with it.
Okay, this doesn't seem good.
I told
What's-
my best. Fine. Everything's fine. Oh, poor Burb.
Okay,
First the wisps, now this.
okay, care to explain what's happening here?
It's fine. It's nothing's happening.
Okay, gonna need to get you out of that vine.
And you can see this vine, it's the nature of turn-based actions, but this vine is actively beginning to drag her back.
Nope, not happening. And he's gonna try to pull the vine loose and get her out of it.
Okay, make a strength check for me, please.
Not good.
You try to get your hands in there, and the vine just slips out of your fingers, and Keela is still being carried aloft and
Look.
further back.
Little help over here.
Spagula's just watching, like, interesting.
Who's next?
Either of you. So you have movement and an action.
Okay. Well, I think Nyril is going to. I was going to use the word dash, but that's a specific thing in this game, so he's going to run after them. And I'll shout to Rakaa, say, "Don't let this door close." He's going to run up here and see what's going on. Okay. Yeah, there's a vine around Keela. That's not good. So he's going to try to cut that vine with his cutlass.
Okay, go for it.
See if he can make it through.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Okay.
Two
Nice.
nat 20s in a row. This has never happened.
All right, DM, go check his dice.
You were
Yep. All right, so yeah, you lay a really good whack in there. You see that you have split part of the vine. It is beginning to weep this sticky yellow sap. It's not all the way through yet.
Okay, so he gets to attack it again because I get 2 attacks now.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh my goodness! What?
What is this?
What is?
All right.
What is happening?
Yeah, another good solid whack.
Nice.
You are about 2/3 of the way through this vine. It is somehow, it almost drops Keela. Another loop of it rushes up to wrap around her. You see this vine is a bit unstable, but it's still trying to hold on to her.
Couldn't make it all the way through it. And I don't
Dang.
have action surge anymore because we didn't take a short rest.
Oh.
Nuts.
Okay.
I mean, my spells usually have a decent range, 30 to 60 feet.
Mhm.
But I know that visibility is a little tricky in here. How close do I need to be to cast something at that vine holding Keela?
If it is an attack roll right now, it definitely has 3/4 cover, which would be +5 to its AC.
Okay.
So you could possibly still get it, but it's going
So
to
I
be
would
tricky.
basically need to step in at least. I guess here isn't good enough. I would need to maybe be here.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Let me measure the distance. Yeah, okay. So that would be 15 feet total movement. All right. So I'll get up here and I will say, let go now. Like a vine is going to understand me. And I will.
not?
I'm a little weirded out by the way this bramble thing is, and I'm thinking if I do Ray of Frosts, it might cause some structural issues. So I'm instead gonna go ahead and cast Toll the Dead.
Okay.
Send out a little cloud of blinky crows.
It'll be a wisdom saving throw. How wise is this vine? All right. It was a 13.
I got to beat a 16 for me.
Okay.
Hey.
Roll that damage.
Nice.
2d12, I
And
believe.
yes, it is.
Oof. Could get pretty.
Whoa.
Whoa!
What?
Hot dang.
What?
Hot dang.
The vine
Good night.
suddenly decays all around Keela and then falls into compost at her feet.
Oh.
And it is dead. And Keela, you are dropped to the floor, and you feel a little let down. You had a friend, and it disappeared.
Oh.
But you know what? That's okay, because there's another one.
Yay!
Snakes out
Oh,
the
man.
same out of that same hole, you can see it's following a different path, but this one also is going to use its action to wrap up Keela,
Yay!
and it has a little bit of movement left, so with her, it is going to move backwards.
Can I take an attack of opportunity on it?
Yes, you can.
Woohoo!
So comfortable.
24 is going to hit, so
Woohoo.
that's 13 damage on it.
Yep.
All right.
It's a big
Why did you
squingy
roll another 20? What are you doing?
I mean, I was
hug
trying.
thing.
I was only 3 off.
Okay, and Keela, you can see the vine continues into this chamber, and then
Okay. Not bothered by it though. Just okay.
nope. All right.
Oh,
Top
good
of the
choice.
order again. So, or well, back. We're starting a new round.
New round.
Actually, at the beginning of this round,
Oh,
Oh no.
make more friends.
Bye, Keela.
I know, right?
Miss you.
Bye, guys.
We hardly knew ye.
I'm
Like,
now
really,
queen
I've
of the
only known you for like
plants.
2 days.
yeah,
You were wind
this
touched, though. It's pretty cool.
this cell is going to move, and now the vines have closed in front of Keela,
Oh
and you are cut
no!
off from her.
Mm.
Wow,
You are going to get to open up a new
it's unfortunate.
cell.
What about here?
Oh yes. Let's
Hey,
see.
more cells.
Actually, there. Yeah.
We probably don't want to go there.
There we go.
This is a
It's
very
a-
silly place.
It's a silly place.
It is a very silly place.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
And you can. So you definitely get the idea. All of these walls of vines are shifting. Not constantly. There's a little bit of a delay between each shift, but this whole place does seem to be
Moving.
changing itself. Yeah.
Nice. Well, at least Keela's not screaming in horror from the other side where you can't
No,
see her.
she's fine.
She's happy.
Yeah.
It's a good day. Day just became 10 times better.
Lost.
All right.
hey,
Nyral's looking around trying to figure out which way to go.
I see only one tenable path, and that's to go
Theron's
compass-wise
already
north.
Theron's already gone right. He just
Okay.
as soon as that closed up, he was getting ready to charge forward as Keela got pulled away, and the vines kind of cut him off. And flip of a coin, he went right.
All right. So stepping in there, you can see there's no path that. So you can probably hear the vine shifting around. If Keela's making any sound, you can hear her. You know she's nearby, but there doesn't seem to be any direct path there. You see a path leading on to the southwest, but from where you are, you can see that also just links back to where you just were. So this appears to be a dead end right now.
I mean, just seeing that he's been completely cut off, he doesn't necessarily know that there's any kind of viable path. He's going to take out his sword and just try to start chopping his way towards where he can hear her.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
I mean,
Here's
the season.
1, 2,
What
3,
is
4,
I have. All right.
5 nat 20s. Dang.
This is amazing.
6 of them.
Yes. All right. as you begin carving in with furious desperation, the vines begin shuddering and shrieking. You can see them trying to fill in the gap that you are carving, but you are just too ferocious, and they end up they give up and twist.
Mm.
And
So-
with that, yeah,
Right. Okay.
this
yeah. Go ahead.
also twists so that you can now see Keela.
And gonna just
Hello there.
keep going in, and yeah, I'm gonna take a swing at the vine that's around her with my second attack.
Sure.
If I can get back to my character sheet. Let me roll this other 20 real quick, y'all.
Mhm.
All right.
Oh, that's not a 20.
That's
Aw.
Nope.
No, see, the 2 needs to go first.
Yeah, you bring it down, but you're trying to make sure that in your rage, in your fury, you do not accidentally cut the burb,
yeah.
and
Please don't.
it just snakes out of your way, and you do not land a hit. While you're here, Theron, could you go ahead and roll a d12 for me, please?
I'm gonna go ahead and roll a d12 for you real quick.
Yeah.
And while you're doing that, I'm gonna say
Hey, 12.
about that joke
12.
earlier, damage. Touche.
Ah.
Okay.
It's a-
So,
oh.
I'm going to say, let's see, what's your passive perception?
It is really high at a 13.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Even with that that modest passive perception, you do notice a flash of color on the far end of this cell of vines. It looks like another flower bud. This one is red,
Oh.
That's probably
And-
bad.
also, about grapefruit sized.
Would you say that it's the size of a small pufferfish, maybe?
Yeah. A juvenile pufferfish.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks, that's a running gag in one of the other games we play. Things are rated by, are they the size of a pufferfish?
Pufferfish.
If you have never played Dungeons and Dragons, there will always be in jokes and running gags. Always.
It is your destiny.
Basically.
All right, so that was Theron's movement and action. Anyone else?
Yeah, Nirel's gonna be, charging in there too. I gotta figure out how much distance I got here.
Oh, Theron's gonna be yelling out that he's found her.
Okay, good. So yeah, Nirel's gonna rush in. Can we both occupy this hallway here, sort of?
You can.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
You're sort of squeezing in there. But yeah, you can.
Okay, he's gonna go after this vine again.
Okay.
So
Roll your attacks.
this is the wrath of the
Oh, here
nat
we
20s.
go. Oh,
Yep.
no.
It's a nothing.
Your dice is upside down, dude.
Why?
You actually, as you're bringing it in, you actually hit Theron's sword,
No.
and it
Fine.
just sends a jarring vibration through your paws.
Wait,
Quit your
wait,
swinging. Trying to cut her free.
that's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, hit my sword.
So he's gonna try again with that.
What? Why
18
you
will
doing
hit.
that?
Okay, so it's only 8 slashing, but
Yeah. Well, you do cut in, and you see the where Theron has already managed to land some. Someone did some damage. Anyway, but yeah, this thing is also cut, not completely cut through, but is weeping a bit.
alrighty. And that's it for my actions. Now, if it tries to pull her away again and Theron doesn't cleave, it does cleave through it, then Nirel, if Keela tries to move, he's going to try to grab her as a reaction. It's basically like a non-lethal hit of some kind.
Okay.
Can you do non-lethal attacks of opportunity?
You could, but I don't know that you can grapple as an attack of opportunity.
Okay. In that case, never mind.
Now, if you were holding your action, maybe.
Yeah, I just used my action.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Because that would be. You can only grapple if you're taking the attack action.
Okay.
So,
Mm.
yeah.
Alrighty then. Never mind.
Oh,
Just trying to be helpful here.
So after saying what he did earlier about the only tenable path being north, he's going to look back and see that Theron and Nyarla charged off to the southeast, and he's going to be like, "Oh, okay." Then he will follow. I think I can get about there, because to expend more movement would have me like crammed in somewhere in one of the occupied spaces, and he's a big bird, so. Is here good enough to cast anything at that new little vine?
Yeah, I would say here probably going to have half cover. That'll be
Okay.
+2 instead of +5.
Well, that's
And
better than the alternative.
though, if you're casting something that forces a saving throw, that doesn't matter.
Mm.
Well, I guess. Wait, did I just accidentally hit? No, I didn't. Uh, okay, so I guess I will go ahead and send out another Toll the Dead cloud of blinky crows to again make sure that I don't upset the balance of this weird vine structure.
All right. You got a 17 on its wisdom saving
Oh.
throw.
Well, that
Aw.
was pretty good. Can't do anything about that.
So wise vine.
Mm.
It is.
So that vine is going to attempt to drag Keela away. So that will be a tax of opportunity from the hare and the fox.
Alrighty. I think Theron's up first. Oh, okay.
I accidentally rolled twice. Sorry.
Okay. 10 is not going to hit.
Let's see, I'll take the second one. It's fresher.
13 is going to hit.
Yay.
So yeah, you get in there and manage to get a good cleave in. It is once again looking weaker, but it's starting to still getting away.
Yeah.
So it is going to continue to drag Keela.
Oh no. Oh, okay. That's not, those aren't like skeletons or anything. We're totally fine.
Keela, as you are being so gently cradled by this friendly vine, you see that it is leading up into the ceiling. And as you look up into the ceiling, you see there are what look like several pods of enfolding leaves that are planted there. Several of them wrapped up in vines. A few of them seem to be pulsating a little bit, like maybe something's moving inside. And you can see that your vine is leading up into one of those pods, wide open, ready to receive you.
Oh,
And this is just
God.
so cool.
absolutely fascinating.
All right, a new round.
I've never seen things like this. Man, why is it always me?
Why are you the one carrying the potion of herbicide too?
Eaten by the giant bug, attacked by wisps. No.
Yeah.
And your wisdom's pretty good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, you're carrying the thing that'll be most helpful right now.
Yeah, I am.
Oh boy.
I don't want to hurt my new friends.
Okay. So I think it's Theron, then me, then Rakaw, if we're going in some kind of order. Or just...
Yeah, it does. Again, we're not really in full initiative here.
Okay, then.
Yeah, if Theron can, he's just going to try to keep following.
Yeah, go for it.
And is Keela still low enough that he can attack the vine, or?
She has been raised up, so she's probably about 5 feet off the ground right now. But yes, you can still reach the vine.
Looking down, looking up.
Does the vine look like it's maybe almost severed?
It definitely is looking rough.
Yeah, if he's going to try to just jump and take a swipe at it.
Go ahead and roll your attack.
Oh boy.
17 will hit.
Nice.
For 10 damages.
Nice.
You leap up, and how do you want to sever this vine?
He's gonna jump and just do a just right above Keela, just try to just go straight through it, and kind of land in a position where he can fight off anything else that tries to reach down and grab her again.
Okay. So yeah, you managed to get just above where she is. Keela, you feel a little ruffle of your head feathers, and that's kind of cool too. And I'd need you to roll a dexterity saving throw. We'll say at disadvantage.
Oh man.
An acrobatics check at disadvantage.
Acrobatics at disadvantage? Yeah. Okay.
Probably is the same, but
let's give it a basically.
Ooh,
hey,
okay.
I'm still a dexterous little burb.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
no kidding.
I mean, you even though these vines had you completely wrapped up, your wings flare out, and you catch a puff of air, and you easily land on your feet, and you're still just really cool with the situation.
That was neat.
That's not the word I would use. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Totally fine.
Is anything else coming out of the ceiling for us?
Right now, no. You look up, you see there are 2 pods that are open. Both of them have the writhing remains of a vine that's sort of retracting back up into them. Everything else seems to be sealed up.
Yeah.
Keela, you still sort of feel like maybe you could climb up there?
Oi.
It looks comfy.
No. I think
why not?
if she tries to move towards it, I think Nyral's going to try to grapple her.
Good luck.
Oh, actually, I have a better idea.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
If she starts to go for it.
Yeah, she's definitely going to.
Okay. Well, in that case,
sounds like a good idea.
Just gonna pull out that wonderful blackjack we got, the Sandman, and
what?
Pop. Does an 18 beat your AC?
That definitely does.
Then
okay.
How do I
9
cast
damage.
sleep? Because I don't actually have that. Oh yes, I do.
It should. Yeah,
What
it
do
should
you
be
know?
on there.
Okay.
So I take.
roll.
So I
click
definitely
that
take
5d8.
9 damage.
Yeah.
All right. How?
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
So.
Well.
I think Keela's asleep.
No.
Look at the other thing. Don't worry, she's out, but not.
It's too late. You've already got a fist coming at you.
All right.
Yeah, that hurt a bit. I'm gonna say that. That definitely hurt.
Sorry.
Keela's getting a very big bruise on her head.
Yeah. That +6 to damage.
Does not feel good.
So yes, as soon as he sees Nyral take a swing at Keela, Aaron's gonna punch him.
Oh jeez.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
We're friends, really.
What are you doing?
Good grief.
Oh, we're all rolling well.
Oh man. Okay.
Hit that one.
Hang on. I gotta check something.
That was your plan, wasn't it,
Oh
DM?
my God.
Sabotage the dice rolls so they're good and turn them on each other.
Oh no.
Of course, it doesn't find Spiny Shield again.
It would be 2d4 if you want to burn the charge of it. But, I mean, do you want to burn the charge of it? First of all, Theron, go ahead and roll your damage. Is this a full-on, you're trying to
Jeez.
Apparently
hit
he
him?
is.
Or you...
Well, I mean, he's not trying to go for anything sensitive, but he's definitely trying to
Yeah, I mean, if you want,
end what's happening.
Yeah, if you
basically.
want, you could make it standard unarmed attack damage, which would be 5 instead of 10.
Yeah, let's do that.
Still, ow.
Yeah,
Oi, oi. Right,
he's gonna get between them. What are you doing?
she was trying to get up into the bloody pod, so I put her to sleep.
What you tried to kill her? You hit her in the head
Yeah, with this. And he's going to hold up the blackjack and just kind of wriggle it a bit.
with a weapon. Doesn't make it better.
No, it's a weapon.
Would you want me to hit you with my sword?
Your sword won't put me to sleep on a strike.
It will. It definitely will.
Or maybe.
Gentlemen, this is not the time or the place.
Agreed.
Because we still got that weirdness. I don't know what that is. Do I know what that is?
Theron's gonna turn around and check.
What
on,
are you pointing
Keela.
at?
The weird pods and like there's one that you said was open for Keela to go into, and there's others that are like, closed up and kind of pulsing or whatever.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I would give you... I'll give you your choice of a perception check, a nature check, or an arcana check. And based on which one you roll, you may get different information.
Oh.
Well, Arcana is technically my best, so I think I'll try to put my sagely learnings towards this situation, see if I can discern anything. Heyo!
Oh, man.
Woo!
Another nat 20.
All right.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Get them where they count,
So,
right?
so you, as you look over these pods and you see the vines, you see that the mechanism intended to pull an unwary victim up into one of those pods. You can tell that Keela obviously wasn't in her right mind. She was charmed. So this seems to be something intended to subdue a prey and pull it up into the body of this plant so that something can happen to them. And as the obvious thought would be it's consuming them like a fly trap. But as you look at some of the other pods, you can see different shapes in them. Some of them are just beginning to split open. You see a vine flopping out of one of the pods.
Oh my
You
god!
see
Ugh.
this doesn't seem to be digestion, but some form of transmutation.
I could have become a plant person.
And they took that away from you.
Leaf
They
bird.
did. Could have become the next flower burb.
After thinking about it and basically discerning what you have just advised me, Recall will say, I think this plant might have converted Keela into some weird plant creature had it got its vines into her. We might do well to maybe destroy it.
Might do well to give me a little bit of an apology there, Theron.
Theron's checking on Keela right now.
She's fine.
There is definitely a bit of a bruise there, but she is sleeping peacefully, as if she were in her bed at home.
Harold's gonna just stick the blackjack back in his belt and draw his cutlass again because he doesn't think we're done here yet. So, I'd say we pick her up and book it to the other side where we were, because I think that's about as far away from this as we can get until she wakes up.
As you're deliberating, it seems like the cells around you have closed up to try to close off the path you just were taking.
Is there still something to the north, or did that close as well?
There is a path open to the north. Yes.
Okay.
After about a minute, Keela, you find yourself waking up. The charm is gone. Your memory of the past few minutes, or past couple minutes, is a little hazy.
What happened? Why's my head hurt?
I mean, it was that, or you were going in one of them pods. So you seemed right keen on it, and I didn't think it was a good idea. So
Pods. What
made you take a little
pods?
nap.
And Keela looks up and is like, "Oh."
Yeah,
I
and
believe the
and Theron punched me for trying to save you.
yes, Keela, I believe the phrase for what you were under was trippin' bulbs.
Oh, God.
So bad it's good.
You put Tao in the pun corner, please.
Oh, that's bad.
Pun corner's a place
you
of
owe like
honor
$1
around
to
here.
the pun jar right now, dude. That's bad. Keela just kind of looks at them and is like, "Well, I told you the flowers were gonna do something when they opened."
Why didn't you hold your breath?
Yeah,
I did!
The rest of us held ours.
You're also a whole lot bigger than me.
Yeah, but you're lower, so it would have had to come down further. I think that's
She
how it
just
works.
does not look amused at all. She's like,
In any case, I'd say we get out of here, quick, fast, and in a hurry.
let's.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Keela, can you, are you okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
All right, let's move.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet will take me right into the mouth of this thing.
All right.
That's some movement.
Harold's gonna move on in.
Okay.
Moving
Come on, Big
in
Bird.
to the north spot.
Nyril, go ahead and roll me a d12, please.
Call. Do I have to?
Do I get to move before things take
yes.
effect?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
You do.
All right.
Come join us.
How about I roll you a
right up
d12 instead?
Okay.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
You work your way into this chamber, and you hear another rustle of another vine coming from directly overhead. Nyril, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh, goody.
Ooh.
Oh, I didn't realize it rolled once already. Okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. Yeah.
Good.
This it's a thinner vine than the one that had Keela, but it very quickly wraps around your waist and around one leg and then hoists you up. You flip upside down, and you are now suspended
Oh, God.
about 10 feet above the floor.
Boy, get off you.
Is the weather up there any better?
Don't know, it might rain.
Ah!
Lord have mercy.
He does not actually spit.
Keela is gonna use her action to shoot at the vine with her crossbow.
All right, go ahead and roll.
Come on, crossbow. All right.
Nice hit.
And we go ba-bam. I don't actually know
right.
if I get sneak attack or not because technically he's right next to it.
Yeah, that's true. Sneak
I am
attack
engaged
sort
with
of-
it.
No.
Yeah.
It's a four. It's a four.
So this is not an incredibly this is not an incredibly thick vine. So yeah, you are able to the bolt pierces it through center mass, and it splits, and it's just enough. You hear a cascading crack as it loses its cohesion. And Nyril, you are going to come down
Thud.
with a thud.
Oh, I gotta take one.
1 bludgeoning damage.
Oof.
Could have been worse.
That could have been much worse. Ugh. And he's gonna, use his cutlass to cut away any of the part that's still like wrapped around his leg and get all that off. Get off you.
Darren's gonna hold a hand out and offer to help him up.
Nara will take it, but is cautious of a trick. Thanks.
And he'll pull him on up. I'm sorry I punched you.
It's all right. Didn't exactly explain what I was doing.
All right. So, new round. Move in any order.
I think we got a
I'm sorry.
straight shot back to that doorway where I didn't see any vines before. Might be a good place for a moment.
At least trace his steps back to familiar ground. Ish.
Works for me. And I'm just going to go ahead and use dash to get as far over as I can so I'm not in anybody's way.
Sure. And yeah, you can all do that if you want with a dash. You can all get safely into the...
Yeah, I might as well just dash across and get all the way there. More of this nonsense. The shifting vines for a little bit.
I will walk
Rethink
quickly.
this.
All right.
Rethink these plans.
All right. Yeah, you safely make it across.
Right. Well, at least we know where we're trying to avoid.
Yep, it's true.
And we know not to disturb the flowers.
Well, we weren't getting to that chest unless we cleared them away, so I suppose it's
There was a
no harm,
chest?
no foul.
Yeah, there was a chest.
It was like, what?
All I saw was Keela get drug away.
Yeah, there's a chest under them vines. I was about to ask Keela if she wanted to check it for traps and whatnot, but, she decided that going with that vine was a right good idea.
You did seem very comfortable with the whole situation.
She was probably charmed. It was probably some mind-altering pollen.
I told you.
So-
So I guess at the start,
Well,
let's head back that way, I guess. At least we
before
know there
we-
ain't no flowers there no more.
Before we move on, now that
Yeah.
we're back here again, and
Maybe we should actually, yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. A little short
Little
rest, get everybody back up to better, because yeah.
I didn't hit you that hard.
Talk about me, I think I might have used a little bit too much oomph on that blackjack.
Just a bit.
Sorry.
Kinda think my ears are still ringing.
You have ears? Look around.
Yeah?
Sorry, I just never seen birds' ears. I suppose I didn't really think
because
about it before.
They're very cool, and we don't show them off to anybody we don't like. It's just a rule.
My ears are so cool, anybody can look at them at once. He's just gonna like cock them around and stuff.
Yes, they're very long and floppy. I noticed. So short rest.
Oh, short rest
officially.
time. All right.
I'm
Just
gonna
leaning
roll a
against the
few
thing and-
hit dice.
Okay. And over the course of the rest, the vines continue to shift around this whole region, but you don't see anything else coming at you. It seems
I
like,
have no more hit dice.
Oh no!
oh dear.
What did you do with all your hit dice?
I got eaten by a wisp last time we played.
Oh, that's right.
Can I share some of my hit dice with Keela?
I'll still take
Wow.
the short rest. Well, that stinks.
I
Yeah.
c- do,
I haven't-
do you have any potions or anything that
I
can
am
help cover the gap?
checking. Yeah, I do actually. I'm going to use a potion of healing. So let me roll this. Hey, there we
Oh,
go.
nice. Max
Nice.
heal.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Good.
Yeah, I could definitely chug one of those. All right.
Yeah, I have second or action surge back. Woohoo! Oh man.
I've got all my key points back. I can do stupid monk crap again.
Yay! Oh goodness.
All right. So it's definitely not the most pleasant place to rest, but you managed to get some comfort back. And after an hour, all of you are feeling just a little better.
We're right back where we started.
Yeah, but
Yep.
at least we sort of know where to go. Maybe.
Well,
That's
I
true.
mean, we didn't
Well, we
find a way
definitely-
out.
We definitely know where not to go. And that's the important thing.
Yeah, but
We did find a chest, though.
yeah, we
Yes.
did.
I think if we could go back to the chest, we might have an easier time finding our way to where I think the exit possibly is, which is roughly the southeast part of this tree.
It's supposed
Makes
to go.
sense.
But we all stick together so these rooms
Yeah.
don't close behind us.
It's gonna be really important. Yeah.
Alrighty, let's go. And Nyral's gonna move into here and wait for you guys to join
As
him.
one.
Yep. Off we
And
go
nobody
again.
stop and smell the flowers.
Definitely not.
All right. The vines immediately around you do shift, and you find yourself faced with that same
Okay.
platform.
Everybody out.
Yep.
You seem to be a little bit
And-
more cooperative this time.
I will inspect the chest first for any sort of traps before trying to open it.
Sure. Roll an investigation check.
Okay. I'll do this.
Oh my lord.
Oops.
It's fine. Totally fine.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and try and get it open.
You're pretty sure it looks okay.
Oh, it looks good.
You
All right.
sure it's good there? Don't need the specialty lockpick. He holds up his
Yeah.
hatchet.
It looks fine. It's not even locked.
It's fine. Oh, it's not locked? All right, excellent. She's just gonna open the damn thing then.
It's locked.
Yay!
Investigation check. You thought it wasn't.
Oh. Huh.
Keela, are you okay? You're
Quit
not so
on the
foggy after
head,
that rest.
alright?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Are you,
but,
are you still a little foggy?
I'll
Look,
be
let her get her
fine.
bearings.
God.
let me take a look here.
Dude, is it above?
Investigation check for Nyral.
Sure.
He has a -1 in this. Oh, thank goodness.
Well, at least you know it's locked.
Yeah, you know it's locked. You can't see any signs of traps.
All right. I'm gonna give it go and try and open the damn thing then.
Sure.
So, sleight of hand, yes.
Hmm.
Is that what we're using? Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, pfft.
Ugh.
This is what happened. You guys used up all the damn 20s. Now I can't have any.
The lockpick you're using breaks off in the chest, and it's sort of jammed in there.
It's just like just bust it open.
But be careful. There could be things in there that will explain what this is.
This is why we discourage hitting our friends in the head.
You know, you know what? Next, I'm just gonna.
All right, I don't have
attempt
time
to
for
open
this. I'm going to cast Ray of Frost on the lock while he's trying to think of a response.
Okay, roll an attack.
Nyril had his hatchet out and he was going to talk about hitting, but he was like, I don't want to threaten with this.
Okay, so you manage to the lock looks a little frosty. You're not sure if that made a difference or not. It's still on there.
Can I take like the butt end of my staff and give it a whack?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Oh no.
If I could find it. Where?
I'm pretty sure this is the first melee attack roll you've made.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Watch, it'll be a nat 20.
We'll see.
That
Respectable.
actually is the AC that I had set
Nice.
for it after
Wow.
you lowered it. So yeah, you managed to pop the lock off,
Cool.
Nice.
and you hear a clinking of glass inside the chest.
That might not be good.
Or it could be potions. We don't know.
How about we,
Everybody move back.
yeah, everybody move away from the front of the chest.
Once everybody's at a safe distance, they're just going to go over and open it.
You open it up. There are 2 bottles with a red fluid inside.
Does anything jump out at me?
Nope.
Okay, I think it's safe.
And there also seems to be a ring inside. Is a
Theron's going to just start taking stuff out, give it a little shake, and handing it up to whoever's pressed up close enough now to take stuff from him.
sure.
I'll take one of the red bottles and am I able to like identify it by just looking at it without using my appraising eye?
This is very familiar. It is a potion of healing. It looks
Hey.
stronger than the ones you've been
Yeah.
using so far. This is, in
Keela's-
fact, a potion of greater healing.
Yeah, Keela's
Nice.
gonna
Oh,
take one of
wow.
those.
They're
She'll
both
stay together.
greater healing. So that is 4d4 plus 4.
Okay.
Nice.
So is it all right if with the rest of the group if Raquel gets one and Keela gets the other?
That's totally fine because
Okay.
Nyril still has both of his normal ones.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had to quaff a few.
The ring is a silver band in the shape of a serpent, shape of a viper. It is very finely crafted, and the viper is gripping a tiny amethyst in its fangs.
Hmm.
This is interesting. Got a ring.
Yeah.
I'm just going to kind of hold it up so the others can see it.
You want me to see if I can make anything of it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Hand it
If
over.
they locked it
Alright.
up, it's probably valuable, so why not?
I mean,
Well, if I recall right from the notes we found downstairs, it was supposed to be like a crew quarters, but then got adapted to be a backup research laboratory. So this could be something from Trill Dawn Feather.
In
I
that
will,
case,
In that case, let's get out of here before it blows up.
Nyril backs as far away as he can.
I like the fact that history has repeated itself, and Rakaw is like holding a magic item from Trill, and everybody is just, oh god.
Keela's not convinced. The snake imagery doesn't make her think it's from Trill.
Well, she may not have made it, but it might have belonged to her. Anyway, Rakaw will spend a bit of time appraising it, see what he can come up with.
Okay, with your keen appraising eye, you do learn its properties, which I've just sent to you in Discord.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, yes. Oh, I see, yes. I think this is a ring of anti-venom. It gives you resistance to poison damage while you're wearing it. It doesn't need to be attuned, of course, but it's a nice little protection piece.
Definitely sounds useful.
Is
Especially
somebody's
when we have well.
Yeah, as somebody who's already been in Astra's mouth, I can attest them fangs are rather frightening, so this is probably a really good thing.
Yeah. Shame there's only one.
I don't think it would benefit me the most. Keela, would you like it?
Well, I mean, unless the other two do. I'll gladly take something that's gonna help me with her.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean to sound greedy, but quite often it's me and Theron on the front line. So, if there's venom to be had, odds are it's going to hit one of us.
Yeah. Well, Sid, I ain't got fighting nobody for it, so you want it. It's all yours.
I'm good. I don't need it. I can't remember the last time I got hit.
I can.
All right. Here you
And
go.
don't
then,
forget
Niall.
it either.
Yeah, so Naira will come up and take the ring.
Okay, I'm going to also put the link in our little in-game chat here.
All right.
And for those of you watching on Twitch, the Ring of Anti-Venom does give resistance to poison damage and also advantage on saving throws against poison.
Nice.
Okay, now I've got it added to my collection, so I should be able to add it here. Ring of Anti-Venom. There it is.
Is there anything else in the chest? Books, scrolls, information?
No, that seems to be all that was in there. Just an insert to hold the potion steady, which is a good thing. Otherwise, they might have gotten knocked around when you jostled it.
I'm a careful bird.
You are.
Well,
Oh, when you're not getting us blown up.
That was the last time I got hit.
No, I think there was a small rock outside. Distinctly remember it, just smacking you and having a rather detrimental effect on your climbing.
I remember catching a rock and throwing it. I don't know where it went after I threw it, though. It's strange.
I don't remember.
Then I just had to, I had to drop back down, but it was no problem.
Must have missed. Probably went in the water. Anyways.
Right. Well, shall we move on?
Yes, please.
Let's do so.
Oop.
Okay.
And then I guess probably up into the next room and see if it moves again.
Well, before we get there, is it going to move?
No, it actually, things have moved before you left the area with the chest.
Okay.
So they don't seem to move right now.
All right. Into the next one we go.
Okay.
Stop pushing.
Get off. Get off.
So, next room.
Ugh.
Oh,
Nope.
Nope.
can't go that
there's a
way.
wall there.
That's,
Sorry.
that closed off.
Yeah, sorry. This area looked dark on my
Oh,
screen.
sure.
So
Okay, that way would be going back towards the hungry looking. All right, we can just go that way.
Yeah.
You
Can we go
step
back
into
to the
this room, you
platform?
do see that red flower bulb again.
No one
Um,
touch it. Do not look at it. Ignore it. It's not there.
deep breath, everyone, just in case.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you want to go now?
Down.
Let's see. Hang on. Let me. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's not gonna move.
It does not move.
And we're going this way.
Okay.
And Naira will follow.
And it does move again.
Okay.
Whoa.
Wiggly room.
Yep. I'm trying to juggle a lot of objects here.
Yes.
All right.
Should we go or should we hold out for a better one?
I thought I saw that next room move like a creepy hand in a jar.
Well,
Wait, you've seen hands in jars move?
let's
we
move
have-
on.
We have dissection labs. I've seen many things.
Let's move. If we stick around, I'll rather not give those vines better opportunity to find us. If we're just
Alright.
lingering.
So,
Not
next-
in this.
next room then.
Yep.
Okay. Keela, could you roll a d12, please?
No.
Ah!
Oh, God.
I got an 11.
11.
What do we find? Magic.
Or what finds us? It's more like it.
Keela's gonna
You
make friends
see?
again.
Another flower.
Oh no.
It's another large flower with green petals this time. They're
Green.
hanging above.
Nobody look at it. Nobody touch it.
Naira's gonna point at it so Raka sees it, and then do like magic hands. Magic.
And
Can we see the other paths?
Oh no.
Oh God. It's not what I want. What's to the... Ugh. No.
hang on.
No, Kitty. Not
It
right
moved
now.
a lot, didn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But I like this way. Let's go that way. Come on, guys. Yeah, everybody in.
All right. Raka, roll a d12 for me, please.
No.
Hold on.
This is like...
I'm being inhibited by a kitty.
Kitty, we're playing.
Kitty is playing too.
Three.
Yes.
The old three.
Leave.
All right. You hear a rustling from above. And Raka, can you please make me a dexterity saving throw as a vine comes down and tries to entangle you?
Oh, that's not nice. But we're ready for it this time.
No, apparently I cannot make you a dexterity saving throw.
All right. Raka is now going to be hoisted above all of you, about 10 feet up.
Oh god.
I'm gonna try and shoot at it again.
Can I try really quick? I really want to.
Okay, let's already shot at.
No.
She's already done with this
Okay.
crap.
All right. Go ahead and roll your damage. Yep.
9.
That's enough. It comes crashing down.
Sorry, Recall.
In that case,
No.
can Nyril try to catch him?
All right. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh god. Oh, cat drool.
Hey, if you've nothing else, you've provided a comfortable landing place.
All right.
Yeah. Darren's gonna step out of the way. Heads up.
Okay,
Aw.
well, I was going to split the falling damage between you, but it was 1. So you can't take half the point of damage, so you don't take any damage.
Woohoo!
Oh, nice.
Hooray!
Yay.
We did it.
All right.
And Naira will offer a paw to help him up.
We are going
Thank
Yes,
you.
moving.
not too fun, are they?
Oh, good.
A dead end. Lovely.
Well, it might open up to somewhere else.
That's true.
Assuming we can't even see the directions when we go in.
We're just in we go.
Yep.
All right.
Now we wait.
So are you going to
And
wait
pray.
the
The
wait
rotation.
6 seconds, nothing happens.
Okay.
You continue to wait.
Yep.
Yeah.
The cell rotates, and in front of the opening, you just see the hard, unyielding wall of the interior wall of the tree.
Well,
Did anyone bring a drill?
You know, I was thinking to myself, Nyril, when you leave, you should take a drill with you. But I was like, nah, that would be silly. How often are we going to need one of those? So now I left it behind with all of my other woodworking equipment. Of
No,
course,
would've
we
been-
didn't bring a ruddy drill.
It would have been useful.
See, the problem is that you started off with something I wouldn't have found believable. You doing woodwork. That's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, exactly, because I don't do woodwork. It was a joke.
Yes, I know.
come on, vines, move.
Meanwhile, we spend the next 6 to 12 seconds just antagonizing each other.
Either give us another exit or kill us. One of the two. Just
The vines around you do not move, but you do hear a rustling somewhere behind you that reminds you of the vine that was snaking through and took Keela.
Right.
Oh, no, you don't.
All right.
She just like readies her crossbow. Like, come at me.
Raka is going to try to send out a little pengy penguin at the part of the wall in this direction to see if maybe he can convince the vines to open up that way.
Okay, roll me an attack roll.
And he will also at the same time convince his cat to stop chewing on the cord to his headphones.
Good luck.
Good luck on that one.
Yeah. There's no roll that'll help with that.
No.
Yeah, so the icy penguin goes rocketing through these vines. You see them shriek and shudder, and the cell does spin in that direction,
No. Excellent.
opening up the path.
To a friend.
to Lorik.
He's just sitting like, will you guys stop messing around?
Whoa.
Oh.
Hello.
We did it.
Yay.
You see a stone wall in front of you and a door, and actually,
Oh.
you're actually out. Well,
All right, we can go in
Oh,
yet.
okay.
Yeah, this I
Sorry.
assume is the door. Like
yes,
this.
the door is right here.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
so we're
Okay, that's a
here.
wall.
All right.
I got it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
We all smack into the wall. Bunk.
The walls you see, even though they're so they are stone. This is the only stone you have seen since you entered
Okay.
the tree. But you also see that they are pitted and raked and scored. It looks like things have been slamming against these stone
Oh.
walls, trying to smash them to pieces, but somehow they've stayed intact. There is an iron door facing you in the middle of the wall.
Hello, door.
Why not? Let's inspect the door.
Okay.
Stuff. Traps.
You see no doorknob.
Okay.
It's just. I was about to say handy, but it's the opposite of that.
Is there a lock?
Make an investigation check.
If you insist.
You look around the door, you can see no sign of a lock. You can't see any exposed hinges. It seems to be very securely installed, so there's no real weak point to attack here. You do see a faint glimmer of what look like old magical runes.
Say if I could, it's like magical about it. Not
Can
that Keela's
I-
really familiar with it, but at least she could be like, Raquel, look. But if
Can
Raquel's
I-
already onto these runes, go for
Yeah,
it.
can I study them? See if maybe I can make an arcana.
Yeah.
An arcana
Yeah.
check.
Make an arcana. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, if those runes
You're
don't,
already speaking the arcane language of the ancients.
There you go.
I was gonna say, if those runes don't look like any of the letters in Nyrul's name, he's just presuming they're writing.
Yeah. So this doesn't seem to be anything complicated. It is pretty standard magically sealed door that opens when a password is spoken.
Yeah.
I've seen these types of things before. Hold on, let me think a second. Klaatu, Barada, Nerf.
I think it's Nikto.
What? No, that's
What?
never how I've heard it said.
Are you casting a spell?
No, clearly not. Otherwise, something would have happened.
What language is that?
It's not even a real
Stop asking
language.
silly questions. This is
It's
learned bird stuff.
Yeah, so learned that I know it too, because
Okay.
it's a running joke amongst most of us lowlifes for what's the password to this? Oh, it's Klati Barata Nikto. But it never actually is, because why would that be the password when it's always the joke password?
So you're saying there's a password on the door?
I'm saying the door is sealed until you utter the password.
Well, at least we know the word ain't password with how much you keep saying it.
Have you tried guessed?
Is it like one of them combination locks and you're like 1, 2, 3, 4?
Guessed.
Nothing happens.
I'm all out of ideas.
All I can remember is from an old story, and this exactly don't look like it's gonna be friend or something stupid like that.
So I'm. This is probably Trill's lab in Rakaw's mind. So, consulting his knowledge of her, is there anything that he's come across that might suggest how she might have sealed this door?
Go ahead and make a history check.
Maybe
Open her
something
book.
I read in the grimoire.
Maybe she
I
wrote
was
it
gonna
down.
say, you do have her book.
Yeah.
She wrote down her passwords.
What is this? Swordfish? No, nobody makes their password swordfish. This is silly.
Does anyone know Trill Dawnfeather's mother's maiden name?
As you say Trill, the runes light up and the door opens.
Okay, that was a joke.
That's way too easy.
I'd say we get in before it decides to change its mind.
Yeah, right.
Unless a fireball comes out. Do we get hit with a fireball?
No, it goes in with a shield up.
You do
Rakal
not get hit
will,
with fireball.
if the door does not
Yeah.
automatically close as we come in, Rakal will make sure to close it behind him.
It closes, and there's a bassy thump as it hits the door jamb that gives you a sense of security that you have definitely sealed this door and the magic is back in place.
Basically, thump like do.
Well, at least there's no vines in here. Guess what those marks are made from. Problem with them trying to get in.
Looks like some cobwebs around. Clearly, this place hasn't been used in a while.
No.
I mean,
Does this down
Mhm.
does this down here look like more of that funny magic writing that we saw on the door?
There's some runes surrounding what appear to be a
A book?
wooden
So.
book stand with a
Yep.
book sitting on top of it. And you look around, and this place is, despite the cobwebs and a generous layer of dust, this place is very well preserved. Everything else is rotten and overtaken with the bramble growth, but this has been preserved.
This looks like more of that stupid magic writing that was on the door.
wait, that were magic.
They're
What
called
is
runes.
on the table?
On the table, you see a lot of scattered paper notes
Mm.
written in what appears to be Trill's very spiky handwriting.
Hmm.
A lot of it is in shorthand and doesn't seem to make obvious sense, but possibly an investigation check might yield some information there.
Hey,
Hey, there you go.
Nice.
like it.
All right. So, funny thing, as in your training, Keela, and possibly with that friend you had who used to be a bandit, you picked up some tricks for disguising communication. And it's enough to your knowledge of thieves' cant somehow is able to get into the mind of this mad genius wizard. You see notes about concerning various specimens, how they uh, responded to first exposure. You see some sketches showing thorny growths and vines on small creatures, beetles and caterpillars. You see lists of ingredients, some of them crossed out furiously. One of them, one of the lists, you can see oh, and I just lost it.
Oh.
So I will come back to that.
I know that feeling.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hey, Recall, you want to take a look at these? I'm not
Recall
liking what I'm starting to see here.
Recall will step over and take a look at what Keela is offering. Is there
Were they
any?
purposely infecting people with this stuff?
That's actually what I was about to ask the DM. Is there
Mhm.
any context? Like, does this seem straight up like, um, lab rat experimentation, or is there a more um, reasonable purpose that could be gleaned from some of the notes?
So definitely there seems to be a lot of experiments going on. You see you begin to piece together a sense of a few different areas of experimentation, a few different tracks she was pursuing. You see some notes, healing properties with question marks. You see how to another heading, breaking the connection. There's another one that says flesh to wood, wood to flesh, question marks. And you can also see a bunch of things that are a bunch of papers that have been crumpled and thrown aside in frustration.
I think Rakaw is going to start collecting anything that looks reasonably connected to the experiments and start basically making his own series of notes in one of his journals to try and piece things together.
Sure. And you are able to find the ingredient that Keela just wasn't able to make out, I'm afraid. Is the ingredient is asphodel, which is a kind of lily that has known to have some medicinal purposes, some medicinal properties, and is known to block certain kinds of enchantments.
Is it spelled approximately how I put it in the chat?
It's spelled exactly that way, yes.
Okay.
Cha-ching.
It looks like that was one key ingredient that was a success out of a bunch of non-successes, and it looked like there were other things that she was still trying to find.
Well, asphodel seems to have had some promise. I
I'll give you.
suppose at reversing this. Are the notes clear to that level? Like, was it actually successful at reversing like bramble conversion or anything? Or
It definitely appears in the line of experimentation geared toward reversing something.
okay,
You, it doesn't look like, it looks like she was still looking. It looks like she found one of the key ingredients and hadn't yet found the others.
okay.
Keela, with that, because that was a very good investigation roll. One other detail you do see several times the name Killian, and you begin looking for that name and you find a reference to Corporal Killian Nightshade. And that jogs your memory of the report from the
Yeah.
Ember Guard. I'm sorry, the Perch Guard, which I'm just mentioning that because it has really been a while.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
And that was the one where he was going through, like, that was where we first kind of realized this was something that, like, infested the place, basically. Okay. She did. Oh, all right. So that's a lot of info.
Yeah. I think Rakaw is going to. It's not going to be pure shorthand, because he does need to take notes quickly. But I think he's going to go through everything and try to make, kind of a bullet point list style of an information catalog about everything that he can from this.
Sure.
Within his own notebooks.
And certainly there's a lot of information to be gleaned here, just a lot of context that seems to be missing.
I wonder if there's anything else in this little laboratory that might shed some light on what was going on.
There's that book over there.
Meanwhile, Niral's just looking around to see if Drill stashed some wine or something stronger. Just kind of rooting through all just the stuff on the shelves.
Sure. There are a few more notebooks, a few texts that obviously Niral isn't likely to be able to decipher, but they look like pretty basic magical texts. A lot of essentially probably your college textbooks. There are a number of glass vials. It kind of looks like the contents inside have decayed into dust. And you see a few wire cages. And similarly, whatever they might have held is now just dust.
Much over here. Couple books, I guess, and he's gonna, take those down and put them on the desk and kind of shrug.
Is there anything interesting over here?
You see a cot with some very humble bedding on it, and there is a footlocker.
I am going to look in the footlocker.
Sure. It is not locked. You find a couple changes of robes and some slippers that look like they would fit the wide splayed toes of a raven, and also 2 scrolls.
So I'm just going to take the scrolls and just kind of dump them out because whatever. And I'm going to check the clothing. Does it smell all mildewy like it's been in here for centuries?
It doesn't smell mildewy, but it does smell old.
Yeah.
So it hasn't decayed.
No moths have got in here or anything?
No. Spiders got them all.
No. Okay.
Good.
I found some clothes and some spiders and some scrolls or something that were in this footlocker here.
Niall just looked over to see, Theron sniffing a lady's clothes. He's like, that.
Are there any drawers on the desk by any chance?
Yeah. So if you open up the drawers, you're going to find a lot of writing supplies, some pots of ink that have long gone dry, a signet ring with a with the emblem of a raven clutching a flame in one claw,
Oh, that's neat.
and looks like it might have been some sort of personal seal.
And she just hands that off to Raklaw because it seems interesting. It seems like something he'd be interested in, maybe.
Sure. Raklaw will take it and kind of put it in one of his pouches after giving it a look over. He's clearly not appraising it or anything. He's just
No,
It's just a neat item to have.
yeah.
Why the heck not?
And I presume that as other people are discovering things, Raklaw is finishing his own note taking and
Eyeballing that
information
book.
organization.
Oh yes,
What is this over here?
it's a stool.
Oh, I'm assuming it was a globe or some nature.
Perch on it. You want to perch on it.
Is the stuff along this wall like beakers and lab equipment?
Yes, it's very much similar to what was on the other bookshelf.
Okay. Raklaw will do a quick pass over all the stuff to see if there's anything of interest, which I know that it's already been gone through, so there isn't necessarily anything there. He will check the desk for the writing supplies, and if there's any extra quills, he'll grab 1 or 2 of those.
There are a few.
Okay. And after that, go ahead.
Including one that is a brilliant white feather.
Oh. Well, I think I got to take that one and put it in like a little special protective case or something.
As he takes that, Nyril moves way the heck away.
It's just a feather.
Yeah, but
this is a writing desk. If you're a wizard, you're not going to cast fireball on what your notes are.
Yeah, but you also don't usually cast it on where your dead body is either. But she did. I'm not putting anything past her.
She had something to protect in that great crypt. Here,
She was clearly unhinged.
Yeah, but dear. She was protecting this room with whatever that lock thing was.
It was just a password. Oh, good lord. Gesme, how did I find myself in the company of such ninnies?
Excuse me, I'm a hare, not a ninny.
Sure, ninny.
Oh, you want you want some of this then? He's gonna pull out the blackjack and kind of come at him. Say it again. Say it again. I'll dare you.
Killer just slowly looks over at
I
him
right
like,
dare you. Call me a ninny one more time.
Rakal will look him dead in the eye and go, ninny.
Does a 26 pass your AC?
I mean, yeah.
Bap.
Oh dear.
And sleep. Yes.
So that's 10 damage.
Yep.
yeah, it is.
And if you get more than 30 HP remaining, you are asleep. Or if you have less than 30 HP remaining after that, yeah.
Yeah.
Killer just looks at him like, what is wrong with you?
He's out of his mind. He did it to you earlier.
I did it to save her.
Gonna have to take his toys away from him.
Give me that.
Darren's not
No.
exactly happy that that Rakaa got blackjack, but at the same time, Rakaa did call him an innie.
Yeah, and
So I
She's
mean,
doing this. She's like, walk it over.
I
Now.
want him right clear not to call me that. I want him twice. And he's still done did it.
You're a child. Hand it over. Now.
Fine, but I want it back. He's gonna give her the
When you
the
grow up, you
blackjack.
can have it back.
now seeing that the person who would be most interested in the scrolls that he found is taking a nap, Darren's gonna pick him up and just kind of tuck him into his robe till Rakaa wakes up.
Okay.
And Kayla's looking at this book.
I was just gonna go have a
Nope.
seat on the stool.
Yeah, you're in timeout. Sit over there.
I chose to sit here.
All right. So, Keela, you are the only one who wasn't in the crypt of
I was not.
Trill. So, the others of you, this would look pretty familiar. This setup.
Oh God, here it comes.
So the book is just sitting there. It's definitely higher than would be ideal reading height for you.
Of course.
You have to stretch up to get to it.
I can get a little
No,
closer.
I'm just gonna get back.
You
over.
step so as you
Yeah.
step over the circle of runes,
Like,
they glow,
slowly. All right.
and the book by itself, the cover opens, and you see pages begin to flutter as if in a breeze.
Oh, please tell me I didn't just do something stupid.
And sparks begin to rise, sort of like fireflies
All
out
right.
of a thicket, and they all swirl together and form the serene, glimmering image of Trill Dawnfeather,
Oh,
though
okay.
looking a bit younger and more humbly dressed than the last time you saw her.
Well,
Oh,
Aw.
did Keela see
Hello,
her?
Burb.
Keela did not
Keela
see
did
her
not
last
see
time.
her.
Okay.
no.
Huh.
So the other two would have, but
Yeah.
she's this is what she looks like as far as Keela knows.
Yeah.
Yes,
Might
and
wanna step-
that's about the time. That's about the time when Rakaa begins to wake up.
Kayla, might want to step back. Just yeah, like all the way back.
She's one of the heroes of.
Yeah, she's one what done blowed us up.
From what I was hearing, that was your own damn faults.
No, that was his fault. He's gonna point right at Ricard.
And the glowing image of Trill looks at you all and says, "Hello, my name is Trill Dawnfeather, first wizard of Embershire. If you're here and you're not me, that's probably because something has gone wrong. I have tried to record what I know at this point in my life into this book. If you're dealing with what I think you're dealing with, you're going to need some help. I'll give you what I can."
Nope.
Please ask me whatever you wish. I'll answer as well as I can remember. And I think that is where we're going to take our break.
Oh,
Excellent.
man. Alrighty.
Yay.
The last time she offered us something, I got blown up. No.
Yep. That's why I'm 25 feet away from the book. In the corner as far as I can get. Oh, man. Alrighty. So you're going to take a... let's do it's 8:07 here. I'll be at 8:08. So take a 12-minute break. We'll be back at 8:20 Central Time. So it'll be 9:20 Eastern.
Yep.
All right.
Hooray.
And I will hang out with chat. So I will see you guys at 8:20 Central.
Sounds good.
All right.
Alrighty. Okay, let me pull OBS over here so I can see what all's been going on in chat. I've been trying to keep up with everything as it's been going on, but this has been a lot happening. So yeah, I did not expect for Nyril to use the Sandman blackjack on 2 of his own party members today, but he did warn Rakaw, and he was trying to save Keela, so he had good intentions, and also Rakaw just needs to not push a certain hair's buttons. Oh man. So let me go. I'm going backwards through here. I do want to thank you, Adele, for the raid earlier. Thank you very, very much. Sorry I couldn't say anything at the moment, but yeah, for those of you who don't know what a blackjack is, it's a leather sack kind of on a handle, and it's not like a floppy sack. It's kind of tight. It's usually filled with lead shot or lead powder, something very, very heavy. It's still flexible though, so it is an absolutely bludgeoning tool, but it doesn't, it's not intended to like break bones because it will spread a bit. It's a really heavy, hard impact, but it's not a hard object, if that makes sense. So that is the blackjack that Nyril has, and it's a magic one called the Sandman, which can then also cast sleep. And I do need to I do need to tell Nuime that it's already got 2 of its charges for today used. So those will have to be recharged. It's got 1 left. Let's see here. Let me go down and catch up with everybody here. Whiskey was saying that when Nyril's looking for a bottle of something, it says, hope he finds a 27-year-old bottle of whiskey. Yeah, and here I think it'd be 200 and some old bottle of whiskey. So yeah, that might not be great. And Rastavar is saying, do I have to institute a no PvP rule? Hey, I mean, come on. Nyril gave Rakaw 3 chances to not call him that, and even warned him of the consequences, and Rakaw had seen what those consequences do, so Rakaw straight up asked for it. Hey there, Epsilon Metroid, welcome. And Whiskey's gone for beer o'clock. Hopefully he'll be back by the time that we finish the break here. Oh no, Nuime said the full thing. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a really good thing that Rakaw didn't call Nyril a cotton-headed ninny-mungus. That would be just horrible. I think the Cutlass would have come out for that. But no, I don't think Nyril's actually attacked a party member before this session. Yes, he threw the rock at Theron, but I mean, come on, Theron was kind of asking for it. He did catch it and throw it back, but it was still enough to knock Theron off, so that was good enough. Oh man, it feels so good to be back into Stonemoss. And I've really, really missed it. My apologies for not having it last week, because last week was it Thanksgiving? Day after Thanksgiving, that's right. And we didn't have it the week before that due to a few members being really under the weather. So I'm glad that everybody's back to good. We are moving to an every other week schedule. So the next episode of this, after this one, and we're only halfway through this one, so don't go away. The next one will be on December 17th. And then We will have one on, oh dear, it's New Year's Eve, the 31st. I'm going to have to get with the group and see if we're all able to do that. If we are, then we will hold a session then. If not, we will probably move it to the 7th of January. So we'll just kind of figure it out. Interestingly, the 31st, New Year's Eve, I will be streaming regardless, because that will be my 1-year streaming anniversary. That's right. I've been streaming since 2020. Technically. I started streaming on December 31st of 2020, just so I could say streaming since 2020. And it's been a real absolute blast. Thank you, everybody that has followed, everybody that's enjoyed the streams, both the art, the gaming, the D&D, everything. I really am absolutely thankful for everybody that's come along and had fun with me. You've made my days better. You've helped me rediscover my love for art and storytelling and a lot of things that I was really missing. So thank you for that. And Whiskey Hunter is back. All right, Whiskey, we are on break at the moment. So it'll be about another, 6 minutes or so, 6-7 minutes, somewhere in that range. We're going to be a little bit loose. If folks aren't ready yet, then we'll be holding off for a moment. I'm going to grab another cough drop here because my allergies are going absolutely bananas and killing my throat. There we go. Oh, man. And for those of you who were in the art stream last night, I haven't done any more work on the big sci-fi piece that I was doing, but I have decided on the inking style. And it's going to be the most elaborate inking I have done yet on this channel. So Sunday stream is going to be inking. Just inking. Yeah, that's going to be a lot, and I can't wait to show you the style I'm intending to use. I mean, it's not going to be a complete replica of it, but I do have a style in mind, and it's really going to make the piece, I think. So I've had some more time to look at the piece, figure things out, so I'll be in good shape for Sunday. As far as tomorrow goes, no stream tomorrow because it's Saturday, but I'm going to be darn busy, probably making a new channel logo and finally making a banner for the channel. And if I get time, I'll be trying to make a highlight video, kind of a welcome video kind of thing. So if there are any moments in streams that you can remember that you think would be awesome to go in that, please post them in the, just tell me what they were in the Discord. You don't have to go back and find them. I know a lot of the old streams are much older, but I can probably find them. So if you want to, drop ideas for fun things or good things to go into a highlight video, let me know in the Discord. I'll drop the Discord link here. There we go. But yeah, I do feel really bad that I took 10 HP off of both Keela and Rakah now. Oh man, I wish I could hit less hard with that, but he's got 18 strength, so it's got that +4 damage pretty much regardless. I did play a wizard once who had a strength of 9, so I had a -1 in strength, and so when I hit somebody unarmed, it did 0 damage despite connecting. That was great. Yeah, so if you have a character who has strength of below 10, then pretty much you're not going to be able to hurt anyone with an unarmed attack. Rastavar says +6 damage. I have the dueling fighting style. That's right. I forgot about that, Rastavar. Shaw says we need to have the Ninny interaction. Yes, I think that's definitely going to go in there for the highlight video. Rastavar says if you have a -2 strength modifier, your unarmed strikes heal for 1. Yeah, that doesn't work like that, Rastavar. No. I mean, we can pretend, and then I can have I would say I could have my Harengon character punch people, but he hits with Dex, and he hits like a truck. Theron says you should have gone full knuckle on Nyril. He's done more PvP damage than me now. Well, I was doing it for the good of the party and to shut Rakaw's clacky raven beak. Oh, man. So, fun story on the negative strength modifier and, unarmed strength healing for 1. There's a great story I read where a character had incredibly low intelligence and they rolled a intelligence saving throw and got a -2. Or they had low wisdom and they got a -2. So instead of remembering something from history, they got a glimpse of the future. I think that is one of the most amazing things I've ever heard of a DM doing, where if you actually end up with a minus score on a history check, you see the future. that is so good. I love it. Keela says Keela has a -1 strength, can't even slap you. Well, you could slap me. The thing is, for things that require like being shocked out of something or snapped out of something, especially if you are under the influence of something, you just need to be hit. You need to be struck. It doesn't need to do damage, but you do need a successful attack on you. So having that negative strength modifier can do some really cool things in games. Most of the time it doesn't, but it can. Epsilon Metroid says, I was getting the idea that Ninny must be something like Bunny. Yes, very, very much. That is an insult to hares. Absolutely. And I don't think that Raka knew this. Whiskey says, now we know you like to pop your party members. Non-lethal damage table might be in order. Yes. Well, I mean, the Sandman really is it's kind of a non-lethal weapon, the blackjack. And I think I did specify that I did want to, I at least want to hit Keela. I was going for non-lethal. I knew we'd had a rest, so Raka should be at full health, so I didn't think I had to specify there. But, I do think about my teammates sometimes. Oh, look, there's a bot I can ban. You're banned. Bye-bye, bot. Wow. I still don't understand these. You want to buy followers? No, I don't, because it doesn't do anything at all. Just waste my money and probably compromises my credit card. And these fake followers don't watch, so they're completely pointless. And I would rather grow my follower count through you all enjoying what I do and you wanting to actually be here, because, I'm super glad that you're all here, and, it's awesome. I did put a stretch goal to try to hit 750 by the end of the year. Don't know if we're going to get there, but who knows? We're going to try. So if you are watching and you're new here and you like the game and you like some of the art we're using in the game, do consider dropping a follow. You don't have to. It's all up to you. But I do art a few times a week. We occasionally do gaming, and we run this D&D stream once every other week. It's every other Friday. Now, the gang is back, and this has brought up a good question. So, let me bring up our Brady Bunch screen here. So, gang, the next session will be on Friday the 17th. After that, it's Friday the 31st, and that's New Year's Eve. Are we going to be able to do a stream on New Year's Eve? Because I know a lot of people have plans and have parties and stuff.
Don't know.
How dare you put me on the spot?
Typically, I run a New Year's Eve raid night with my guild.
Okay, yeah, it's understandable if we need to skip that week and move it to the 7th. We'll have to work with Taffer and adjust any other games that Taffer's running that might be on the 7th. So we'll have to do some schedule management there. But I'll be streaming on the 31st regardless, because that's my anniversary stream. So if we do play this on New Year's Eve, then I'm probably going to end up doing a double length stream kind of thing. I'll do art and then lead into this, but I don't know how that's going to go yet. So we'll
We'll
figure
figure
it out.
something out.
Yeah. We'll keep you all posted. So Timshaw says, I suspect Nyril does not even know what a ninny is. I think in this world it's a very derogatory name for a rabbit. And he does not like being called a rabbit or anything related to a rabbit because he is a hare, and there's a big difference to him.
I think hilariously, I don't think the bird people know that.
Yeah.
So.
Timshaw says you just went after it because it didn't sound good. Yes. And yes, Whiskey, there are many kitties around. I think the only member here that doesn't have a cat is Rastavar.
How dare you?
It's true.
Horrible.
Yeah. We're gonna have to fix that. And strangely
load you up
enough,
full of Benadryl and then hand you a cat.
yeah, Rastavar's Christmas present is arriving on Sunday.
Oh dear.
Look at the face. He's like,
No, I did not get you a cat. I got you 2 cats.
Oh yeah.
Of course you need two.
I would have shipped Rocket, but the weight for the shipping fee would have been astronomical.
Understandable.
Yes.
Turns out Rastavar's allergic to cats.
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
No?
Seemed to
No.
do fine with my
Just
cats
none?
when you were here, so.
Mhm.
Oh, no, then we need to get him one.
Yep.
We'll just get you like an old lazy one that just like lays there and goes, meow.
I need to cat-proof the place first.
Mm-hmm.
No
There's
such
no
thing.
such
I was
thing.
gonna say, it'll never happen.
No.
But alrighty. Well, we've run over the break a little bit here, so shall we get back to the game?
Yes.
Sure.
Let's
Alrighty.
ask Trill some questions, which
And-
really just means
yeah.
Rakani needs to ask her because
We
I
can-
was like, oh.
You don't need to
So-
go up there.
Is Nyril actually in the room at this point? Or
No,
is he...
he's not. He's
He's
outside.
no, he's
Okay.
backed up against the wall to be
Oh, he's
25
backed
feet
up.
away from the book.
Yeah.
We're not outside. We're just cowering.
Okay. Keela's looking.
Not coward, we're just
wrong.
smart.
Just don't make her angry.
Yeah.
I mean, she
So
wants to help, so
Trill has just asked you if there are any questions you would like to ask her.
You have anything around here for a headache?
Yeah, it's called a little bit of respect.
You deserve no respect. Shut it, Bunny.
Can
I
you
have
can I
some
see that
basic-
again?
or will you take it? Just stop, Miss Dawnfeather.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
we're in a right mess. What are these plants?
I gather you're referring to what we have come to know as the bramble.
Yeah, Bramble.
Well, where to begin? Probably with its discovery. Sometime in the early spring of 332, the Perch Guard received reports of from western farms of mossy growths attacking livestock beetles. The afflicted animals were more aggressive, uncommonly aggressive, and in many cases had to be put down. They even injured one particular corporal of the Perch Guard. We later came to find that this was an aggressively parasitic species of plant that seems to be able to interface with both plant and animal life, altering its behavior and taking over much of their bodies. Certain specimens of this species were brought to my lab in Alkheim for my own study. Ultimately, it was deemed too dangerous to keep in the middle of the city, That is why I carried out my experiments to the well, still under construction city of Elmroost.
We read somewhere that there were others who, well, were working here. Uh, can you tell us a bit more about uh, Idara Thornheart, the druid?
Idara Thornheart. Yes, she is the foremost druid of Alkheim, and in fact the only fully qualified shaper among us. Uh, she made the journey along with the colonists from Humblewood to the Valley of Embershire, and she has been overseeing the efforts to create a perch city here in Elmroost. Sadly, the elm is very old and seems to be close to death. We've been doing what we can to preserve it, to prop it up. It's been difficult going.
Why is it hollowed out?
Some ancient blight, I would imagine. We've tried to strengthen where we could what remains.
Oh, so that wasn't you guys. Okay. Well, I ought to say this, but I mean, I realize I'm just talking to your notes, basically. Not really you, but uh, she has at least a descendant who's seems to be infected with the bramble. And, well, he's very strong and doesn't really seem, well, I mean, he is aggressive, that's for sure. Did you make any headway with reversing this stuff?
Oh, yes. Ah, I believed I was very close. Asphodel is certainly a key ingredient. Another ingredient which I was just only able to secure was willow bark. There are no willows in the northern part of the Embershire. And then one last ingredient, a compound known as vegetoxin, which commonly is used as a weed killer.
Hi, I got some of that.
Problem is, this combination is quite toxic to beasts and the Ascended as well.
Oh,
So there would need to be something else to neutralize the poison once it has taken effect.
right.
Unfortunately, I was not able to test the compound myself.
Would something like this do it? He's going to hold up his paw with that ring of anti-venom on it. Would that help at all?
Oh, you have a ring of anti-venom. That is certainly a nice piece. It looks familiar. Somehow.
Yeah, he might have got it from the same person.
Of course. I could not say for sure. That can reduce the effect of a poison, but not necessarily neutralize it.
Well,
Sorry, what was the name of the poison again?
the
Vegetoxin.
vegetoxin.
Toxin, okay.
Yeah, the ones that I've got bottles of.
Okay.
Silly us, we didn't think to bring any bark from the Riven Willow.
Oh yes, I believe that would do nicely.
Wait, Lorik's going to the Riven Willow.
Lorik.
You don't
Lorik
think he's...
Thornheart?
Yeah, that's the guy that's giving us trouble.
You know the name?
Of course I know the name. He is the Knight Protector of Elkheim, and the husband of Idara Thornheart.
What?
If you can find him, I certainly recommend that you enlist his help. He has defeated the Bramble before.
Well, problem there, he's the one I was talking about that's infected, and we're pretty sure is trying to take over all of the Embershire.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. You will have to ask something related to memories that I already have.
Lorix. So he is ancient as all heck.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. You'll have to ask something related to memories I actually have.
So when we combine these ingredients, you say it's toxic to beasts as well. Toxic
correct.
through what? In like drinking it, touching it, breathing it. How is it most dangerous?
Well, I suppose ingesting it directly probably would be the most dangerous. If a creature were weakened enough, then perhaps applying it to a weapon and introducing it into a fresh wound could have a similar effect. Again, I was never able to completely test it myself.
You said Loric fought the Bramble successfully.
Oh, yes.
How?
He is a very skilled warrior with many techniques at his disposal. I understand he led a charge into the wilderness to dispatch the many of the herds who were infested with the bramble, and some of the herdsmen as well. It was a difficult fight to turn their weapons against those they had sworn to protect. I understand that it was more ferocious than expected as well. But fortunately, Loric's tenacity and his courage and his strength were able to carry the day. He does also possess some magical talents. I'm sure that probably played into it as well.
So, them's what's affected by this bramble.
Yes.
The only way to stop him is killing him, as far as you know.
It is difficult to say. Not everyone who is infected has been completely lost to the bramble. I suspect that someone with a singularly powerful focus of will and self-identity could maintain their identity in the face of it. We have found that. Sorry.
Could they even exert control over it?
I expect so. The bramble does have some form of consciousness. I don't fully understand it. However, the beasts who were infected were observed not merely acting more aggressively than normal, but using behaviors completely alien to their species. Pack beetles acting, well, with pack hunting tactics like wolves or manted flies. They seem to be communicating somehow. My own experimentation, I found smaller creatures solving problems that should have been well beyond their capacity. Even when I had a problem that required the cooperation of two creatures who could not see each other, somehow they managed.
So it's like it gives them connected mind of some sort?
That is my hypothesis.
Like, what is it the insects have? The hive mind. Huh.
Social insects such as ants and wasps and bees certainly act with a stunning degree of cooperation. It is to the best of our abilities to discern, not truly a linked mind. This appears to be.
Wow.
So, what you're saying is we can pretty much give up on any element of surprise.
I'm sorry, I don't know about that.
Of course you wouldn't.
Please ask something related to.
Were you ever able to completely cure something what had been infected by the bramble?
No. I was able to delay some of the effects.
I presume you were also not able to inoculate anyone against bramble infection?
No, not fully. It appears that in the majority of cases, creatures are infected through some form of open wound, whether pre-existing or inflicted by thorns or by an attack from a creature who is already infected themselves. The plant tissue then takes the place of the missing flesh and grows inward. I had thought that it was merely parasitic, but there are even cases of the bramble replacing missing limbs and individuals regaining full control of those limbs,
Yeah.
even
Like
new
a
abilities beyond that.
Yeah, like a hand or an eye.
Hand, yes.
Is there a test to see if someone's infected before they might otherwise know?
Not that I could find. Though, in every case that I have seen, the effects were evident fairly quickly. Usually, a growing of moss, a spreading of rhizomes across the wound.
Keela's starting
Uh,
to like look over her like wing and
Yeah.
stuff, and it's like,
in the most dramatic cases, of course, bark closing over open wounds, thorns and twiggy protrusions, even leaves.
And
Right.
was everyone would have been attacked by one of these things and injured by one? Was they infected or?
Not everyone. It typically required a very significant wound.
That's good to know.
Would it be enough to
Right.
even bring someone back from death?
As a matter of fact, I have seen cases of the bramble completely reanimating a creature that reanimating the dead. It seems that the more of a creature's being, the more of a creature's flesh that the bramble replaces, the more their behavior deviates from their natural state. In the case of a creature that is completely dead, I have not seen any trace of their original individuality restored.
Have you observed any cases where the bramble completely transmuted a subject?
I can't say that I have. Fortunately, we have never dealt with a rampant infestation. Nothing worse than the few farmers' fields that Sir Thornheart so heroically purged.
Do we
I
know
would
where?
certainly hate to see a full outbreak.
Do we
Well,
know where the brambles came from? Did you identify the source?
I'm afraid not. They appear to be endemic to some part of the northern Embershire, perhaps somewhere from the northern mountains. What I can tell you is that individual outbreaks appear to stem from a seed. And when I say a seed, I refer to something almost a nexus of the bramble, uh, much larger than what you would ordinarily consider a seed. A plant that a mobile plant being that appears able to spread itself and infect at will. Lorik was able to kill the one responsible for the outbreak that we encountered in the west.
Wouldn't
I
be
do not
so
know if
sure
there are
about
any
that.
other seeds that still exist.
Right, there is.
I'm betting there's one in Maple Crest right now. That's what we saw
Yeah.
growing there.
How old was Lorik?
At the best of my memory, Lorik is 41 years old.
God.
Fairly young, all things considered.
It's. Did
And
you
you're-
get a chance to study the seed, person?
What I could. It was, as I said, it was a hard shell about 3 feet across, surrounded by long fronds, vines that, by reports, could be extended and could snare uh, victims and infect them with the thorny protrusions. I understand that it could even insert itself into into larger plant forms that it had created.
Right.
Rakaw is going to take the description offered to him and sort of do a little sketch in his notes and hold the sketch up saying something like this.
Yes, this is a reasonable facsimile of what I saw. Of course, I don't know if the one I saw was fully mature. It's possible that they continue to develop as they go through their life cycle.
And of course, the older something gets, the more capable it becomes.
I mean, to a certain point, after a little while, where, I've seen some folks who ain't that capable anymore, and they're right old. Do you know? Do you know how Lorik killed this seed?
With a sword, I would presume. But I don't know for certain.
Tell me, did you bring any bramble back here for study?
I did. A few clippings. Carefully warded and guarded, of course.
Was there anything else here that the bramble might have been that any specimens or anything you might also have around that the bramble might have been able to infect?
There was one in particular. A member of the Perch Guard, Irregulars, a young corporal named Killian Nightshade.
Yeah. Killian.
It wasn't quite the thrust of my question, although that is helpful. I meant more along the lines of other plants or unusual animals you happen to have brought here for study as well.
I brought a few common laboratory specimens.
But
Wood
nothing.
beetles, grubs, caterpillars.
Okay.
Nothing exotic.
Uh,
They are commonly used in research.
yes, I'm familiar with some of the applications.
Please don't take this the wrong way, but I'll have to know. Did you ever purposely infect a person? Someone like us?
You mean the corporal?
I mean, anyone. It's
I
just,
don't believe that the corporal ever purposely infected someone.
Oh, you mean did Trill infect purposefully?
that's
Oh,
what.
you
Yes.
for the ease of communication, you may address me directly. And
Oh,
no, of course not. That would be highly unethical.
okay. Whew.
I did infect some of the laboratory specimens under carefully controlled conditions,
Oh,
apparently because I needed to understand the rate of the infection and if there was a
come
way to reverse it.
on. I just had to clear that. Your
Oh,
notes are a
goodness,
little
no.
your notes are a little ambiguous.
I I understand your apprehension, of course.
I mean, you, you,
No.
you're, you're practically a hero to some of us, so just making sure that, you know.
Speaking
I'm
of
afraid I don't know anything about that.
Oh, you won't for a while.
speaking of heroes, the sword what Lorik used to kill the seed didn't happen to be the sword of Tristan the Warrior, was it?
I do not know anyone named Tristan the Warrior.
Uh, Gaspard.
Sword of
Oh,
Gaspard.
I know of Gaspard, but I don't know anything about his sword. I'm afraid I have no memory of that at this point. Perhaps later in my life. If you can find me, you are welcome to ask me.
You already did. You basically killed me.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that.
Oh,
You've been very helpful.
Well, thank you.
Oh no, it's not really. I mean, you can't really know, but I hope some part of you knows that you're helping.
um, another question, if I may. You
Yes,
said that Lorik and was it Indira?
Idara.
Adara. Uh, you said that Lorik and Adara were husband and wife. Do you recall anything about their relationship? Anything noteworthy?
They loved each other fiercely. They would move heaven and earth for one another. And Idara actually had the power to do so.
They have any kids?
Oh,
At the time of this record, none that I know of.
hypothetically, if something were to happen to Dara, how far do you think Lorik would go to try and bring her back?
I do not believe I can make that sort of hypothetical.
I don't
Again,
believe we
I
need you
must.
to.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that is very good then.
Is there anything in this room rigged to explode if we touch it?
Not at the time of this record.
That's not comforting.
Is there anything in this room you've considered rigging to explode if we touch it?
Oh, many things.
And those would be.
Oh.
Well, the door, the floor, the walls, the bed, the shelves, desk. There's so many options.
Right. You like explosions. All right. Anybody got anything else?
Oh,
I'm
gosh.
tapped.
When Lorik killed that seed, did it seem to diminish the bramble's power wherever that seed was?
I was not there to witness it, but the reports were that, yes, it greatly diminished the power of the bramble in the field. There were a few living instances still to be captured, to be culled. As I said, I took what clippings I could.
Yeah.
And then there was the corporal who was infected.
Hmm.
Yeah.
When you mentioned that you brought things here because it was safer than having them in Elkheim, were there any samples you left in Elkheim?
No, Idara was quite explicit. She foresaw that there could be great danger if any of the bramble were left alive.
Yeah, well, she's not wrong.
She ordered that all infected and all specimens should be immediately destroyed.
Hmm.
But she didn't.
Oh
Destroyed
no,
how?
there was so much to learn.
How did she destroy them?
With the seed gone, they were common plants. Many ways available to destroy them.
Were they burned?
Burning is typically very effective, yes.
Are there any other approaches that were considered effective against the living, vigorous version of the bramble?
A few characteristics we observed in various instances of the bramble. Some of them have regenerative properties. Some of them have resistance to damage of a physical kind. Magic is typically more effective, though not always.
Don't suppose you came across any that were large pods with vines coming out of them.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I didn't think you would.
We do. So,
Yeah,
I have a
definitely.
quick question for the DM regarding Humblewood lore overall.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So the great calamity, the great fire that happened, did it start in the east and spread west, or did it start in the west and spread east? Do we know?
So, in you know that the fire started in. You know what? I actually don't know specifically.
Oh,
That's something I need to look up. However,
How dare you?
there is
Mm.
there are records of the fires starting in multiple regions of the north of Embershire.
Okay.
So it didn't
that
spread
mostly came from
from
the north.
it didn't spread from Humblewood into Embershire. It was as if there were
Its own
yeah,
start. Okay.
Okay. I was just
but it's commonly accepted to be still the same event occurring
Okay.
in multiple locations.
no,
Okay.
I just wasn't sure if burning them was, or burning the thing, the ones that needed to be destroyed was what set off the
caused it?
fire. Yeah.
Mm.
And subsequently ruined the Ashlands.
Subsequently destroyed a lot of crap. Yeah. That's a goddamn for dump. It's good though. It's just my brain is like, wow, it's a lot to take in.
Trill, a question.
Yes.
How much do you recall about the city of Alkheim?
Oh, it is a wonderful city. The first city established by the colonists from Humblewood. It is a center of industry and thanks to me, of magical learning and research. There is at the center a grand cathedral with uh, a magnificent shrine to Kareth to honor our Shaper Druid, Idara Thornheart. Surrounding the cathedral in many circles are other workshops and places of artistry and commerce. It is protected by a very sturdy wall. It may not rival the glory and beauty of the treetop perches in Humblewood, but I like to think that we've done very well for ourselves.
So this wall, are there any passages through it or under it that you know of? Things that the residents would keep secret?
Well, there are, of course, sewage entrances and service entrances. Nothing especially needs to be kept a secret.
No secret passages then.
If we were going to visit, is there anywhere you would recommend?
Well, I would very much like to meet you. You might check in on my lab. I may have some of the ingredients of that tincture that I just described for you.
Where's your lab?
It is to the west of the cathedral.
And just curious, don't happen to be any catacombs underneath the cathedral, are there?
I believe there are some, yes.
Are they
Can't be a proper cathedral without catacombs, now can it?
And will those be accessed through the cathedral itself, or some outside entry?
As far as I know, the only access to them is through the cathedral.
Of course it is. Yep, that sounds about right. He's kind of looking at the others like, yeah, that's totally where the seed's going to be.
Yeah.
Well, I will have to make a point to visit your lab then. Did you keep any other things of note anywhere in this tree, in the Great Elm?
Somewhere around here there ought to be some scrolls, if I have not come back to collect them. A few potions just in case of accidents. And she looks down at the Nyral's paw. I believe a ring of anti-venom?
If we find it, then we'll have two now, won't we?
Yeah,
Of course. I would love to have it back.
of course. It will. If we see you, if we come across it, we'll bring it back to you.
Splendid.
Yep. And just so you know, in case we come visit you at your lab and you're not in, but the door's open or whatever, anything there rigged to explode that we should know about?
Not at the time of this record.
Right.
You've traumatized the melee.
And I guess I got one more question. What's the fastest way to get to the top of this tree?
Well, the fastest way would be to use a flying spell. That would get you up there very quickly.
Okay, now imagine we don't have one of those.
Oh, right. There should be some scaffolding built around the side of the tree. It should take you all the way to the canopy works, if that's where you want to go. Of course, the project was largely abandoned. I don't know how much time has passed. I would recommend that you exercise caution. Safety first, of course.
Of course.
Of course, yeah. And don't suppose there's any magic left in this recording that might be able to heal a minor injury that Ricard here has sustained, is there?
Not that I know of. Oh,
Recall-
I do recall. Sometimes the bramble manifested various kinds of flowers. The pink ones you definitely want to avoid, certainly the green ones. The red ones, however, have certain healing properties.
Yeah. Dunno.
That's
What do the
handy.
green ones do?
Oh, they poison you. Really, really bad.
Right.
Got it.
And we know what the pink ones do.
Do you have anything in here that can counteract the effects of the pink flowers and the green flowers?
Well, my ring of anti-venom would definitely help with the green flowers. The pink ones, I'm still working on that. At the time of this record, at least.
That's all right. I think I might have a trick or two up my sleeve that could deal with them if we encounter them again.
Right. So the red ones are good, though. All right, good to know. We ain't going back for it. She looks over at them like, no.
Yeah, don't worry. I wasn't planning on it.
At the very least, it was beneficial in her time. We don't know if anything has changed. Maybe not. But still, best to be cautious about this whole bramble thing.
I agree.
Right. Random, unrelated question. Say there's a giant snake that needs to be gotten rid of. Any tips or tricks on killing a giant snake?
I've always been fond of fireballs.
Yeah, kind of figured that out. Yeah.
We got that impression, yeah.
I'm not sure there's much more we can learn from you, Trill, but thank you very much for contributing to our knowledge. Is there anything that you would have us pass on to others in your memory? Any wisdom or anything you hoped to spread to the world?
Huh. Searching my memories at the time of this record. I have certainly regrets. I thought I was being kind. I thought I was trying to do good by holding back some of the bramble samples. I thought maybe some good could come out of all the pain and suffering they had caused. If I could find a way to tap into their healing properties and turn the wood back to flesh. Grievous wounds I have seen covered over, restored by them. But if I was not able to return to this laboratory, it is probably because it has been too dangerous for me to do so, which means my efforts have most likely backfired. It seems I tried to have it both ways. A practitioner of magical arts should be careful not to be too greedy.
Ah,
Yeah, well, this.
I have some experience learning that lesson.
If it helps for in case somebody else comes through, turns out freezing these does a right good trick on them. This bramble.
Oh, that is wonderful. I shall add that to the memories of this current record.
Good. Let's
Well.
hope no one else needs it, but if we, well, Let's just hope no one else needs it, but it's good to know that that's going to be held on to in case someone does.
Well, thank you again, Trill. You are very generous with your knowledge.
Knowledge is the way to progress. If we hold on to it, we hold the world back.
Very true. Well, there is wisdom in telling the tales of failures, I suppose. One must tell what they know so that others can grow beyond it. Anyway, I think we may have tapped the knowledge that we can from this recording.
There is one last thing.
Oh?
Eh?
The cuttings were not the only samples I refused to have destroyed. The
What
other was
was
Corporal
it?
Nightshade.
Oh no.
I was trying to separate her from the influence of the bramble. She had nightmares. She would dream that she was somewhere in the woods of the Embershire, sometimes in a thicket, sometimes high in a tree, just motionless or swaying with the wind. One time she saw a woodhopper browsing nearby, and when it wandered near her, she leapt at it and ensnared it in thorny vines. She woke up screaming. I was able to help her resist the connection. I tried many things, various forms of meditation, various medicinal herbs. Asphodel was the most effective, along with disciplined meditation. Dreams stopped for some time. She even helped me with my research. She was such a bright young woman, so generous and cheerful.
Where did she stay while she was helping you?
At my lab first, and then when the order came, I brought her here.
Was she just outside?
Yes, one of the abandoned workmen's huts.
Wait. So she could still be around here.
Yeah, man,
I
I'm
think
afraid
she
I
is indeed.
don't know that.
well, put this in your log. Loric's still alive. He's right terror, and yeah, pretty much you can presume anything infected by this will live forever. Not in a good way.
I will do what I can to add it to the record. I wish you the best of luck with your endeavors. Hopefully, whatever outbreak you are facing can be swiftly contained.
Yeah, we do too.
Yeah, we ain't got much time, so we probably best be moving on.
Yeah.
Carl, you got any more questions for Trill here?
No. No questions for Trill. I do want to offer you a brief apology, Captain. I shouldn't have said you deserve no respect. I was just frustrated and upset. I lashed out. My apologies.
My apologies for socking you with the blackjack there, but that word don't sit well by me. So I'd appreciate if you didn't call me that again in the future.
Duly noted.
Well, I see near the door over there. Is it the same password to get out?
Oh, yes. Just please be sure to lock up behind you. Well, if that will be all, best of luck. And the pages flutter and the book then closes and Trill disappears.
Well, at least we know more than we did. It's best to probably if we keep moving. Otherwise, Astereth's gonna think we're dead and move on herself. I'd say we're still gonna need that damn snake.
Yes. We should move on.
Yep.
I'm a little. What if all the bramble we just walked through was at one time the corporal?
Maybe.
Imagine we'll probably find more. Things too
Well, if
tend
nothing
to
else.
grow up.
Nothing else, it's definitely has samples.
So the screaming we hear when we attack the bramble, is it a humanoid-ish sounding scream, or is it a
It doesn't sound
otherworldly scream?
Yeah, it's a it's an otherworldly shrieking sound.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't.
I didn't know if we were
We're not
hearing
going
the
that
actual.
dark.
Yeah, I didn't know if we were hearing the actual Corporal Night shit the whole time.
This is
open the
not
door.
Curse of Strahd.
See, I was just about to open the door and like hit some bramble and go, did the screaming sound like this? Oh, that's her. Hello, Corporal.
Oh, it's dark.
All right.
Blowed up that time, so I'll take that as a win.
All right. And I'm guessing this is the door right here.
Yes.
Is it
You're able to.
easy to open?
Yeah, from the inside, no resistance.
All right. Well, going up.
You step out and can tell from the angle of the sun it is getting into the afternoon.
Need to get moving.
We do. Take lead. As he passes by Raka, he whispers, I heard
I don't know what you're talking about. Should I make a deception check on that?
I think we'll
pass.
Yeah. I think
All right, so you're able to follow the scaffolding up around the edges of this tree.
Yep.
As you do, Keela,
Yes.
you hear a familiar voice
Ugh.
speaking to you.
Oh. Not the snake. Okay, I was like, ugh, the freaking snake. No, it's my friend.
Keela, Maple Crest is under siege. Trees in the city woke and attacked. Emberguard were ready for them. Could have been worse. Walls holding for now. And you know that you can send a response if you wish in 25 words.
Good. We're still getting the sword. Hopefully soon. Take care.
Maybe let him know that seed.
Oh. I don't know if I can explain that. And I mean, Sushi might already know about it, honestly.
Yeah, so she might have planted it.
One thing she may not know is the name Indira. Or,
Dora.
yeah,
Idara.
Idara, yeah.
Um,
I'm not going to get that one right for some reason. I don't know.
That's all right.
I don't know if I. They're under siege. I think they got bigger issues right now. She says the trees came alive in the town, but Amagod was ready for 'em. So it
Did
doesn't
she-
sound like it's going too bad.
So they're the city is under siege, but they're holding.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then we need
Yeah.
to go.
We do.
Yeah.
I'm glad
Yeah, we need to move.
my preparations seem to have helped.
Yeah. Let's go.
You continue to wind your way around the outside of this trunk. The wind is starting to pick up, and you notice some of the boards rattling. You're about close to 200 feet above the forest floor. You can look down and see a lot of the yeah, trivial to a bird.
Oh, this is a nice low height.
Nyrel's hugging the wall pretty good.
And as you notice, you're sort of on the southeastern side. If you look over the southern horizon, you actually have a view of what looks like a distant city wreathed in fog. You can see walls that look like they're broken down with age. There's definitely no difficulty finding a way in. The difficult to tell much about the buildings. You can see a very large structure in the center with the roof appears to have been broken away near the center of that enormous structure. And reaching out of that roof are the branches of a tree with green leaves, which is the only green you have seen in the Ashlands. Everything else, even the bramble here, is in browns and dark reds and purples.
Quick question.
Mhm.
Asphodel, is that something that I recognize in
Oh,
terms of
yes.
knowing plants?
Yeah, yes. It is a form of lily, and it is effective in a few medicinal preparations, and it is said to have some power to resist enchantments.
Sure. I just wanted to be certain that this was essentially common knowledge that Rakal would know.
Yeah, it's specialized knowledge, but something
Well,
that, as someone who's
The sage would know.
as a
oh,
specialist
absolutely.
of sorts. Okay. All right.
You now go back to being attacked by cattail.
Yes. I don't know how, but like it is just getting all over my face, and it is weird.
I know that feeling well.
Yep.
As many of my viewers know.
Are you a magical fur-shedding floof,
Hair
Sarfang?
face.
Yes, you are.
All right.
So
Onwards up the tree.
so we can all
Yep.
see the green there.
You can, yes.
That one little tree peeking out of was it the cathedral?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the building at the
It's-
center, which
Lay
Joel
the
said.
seed.
Rakal will make a little note of it in his journals, and when Keela mentions the seed, he would say, "I'm not sure. Perhaps the last hand of Adira." Did I get it right this time? Adara. Nuts.
You're very close.
The last hand of Adara, perhaps. The bramble, I would think, would look a little different. Something, or the seed would look more like the bramble that we have seen in color. I guess. I don't know.
Either maybe the seeds drain all the life out of everything else to grow itself.
We may want to take a detour south through Alkheim in order to reach Maple Crest when we are done here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
boy.
you remember what Asterith said about that, right?
Yes, I do, and I don't make that suggestion lightly, but feels to me like there may be one or two treasures in Alkheim that will aid us before all is said and done.
Well, if we live that far, then guess we'll go do that.
Yeah, gonna live through the rest of the day, right?
Right.
Get to the top of this tree.
Continue to work your way around, and you are starting to see some huge branches splitting off the side of the trunk. Some of them you can see the loose remnants of scaffolding, some of it hanging a long way down. Whatever construction was here, it's definitely taken a beating. And as you turn a corner, you find the crook of another large branch. You see a coiled up form of an enormous adder,
Of course.
snoozing lightly in whatever passes for the afternoon sun in the ashlands. As you approach, the tongue flickers out, and the large reddish eyes snap open. Well, there you are. Took you long enough.
Yeah, well, the inside kind of sucks.
We stopped for a nap.
Evidently.
Yeah, you had one too. Don't complain.
It was so rejuvenating. Well, let's kill some birds, shall we?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Let's get this over with, right?
So Astereth, leads the way over several more branches. She seems to avoid the scaffolding where she can. Doesn't quite like the feel of it on her scoots. And as you turn another corner, getting even higher and higher above the forest floor below, you notice the vines of the bramble have grown very thick across the near-facing trunk of the tree. Astereth flicks her tongue dismissively at it. More of those awful plants. Certainly don't do any good for my scales. I'm going to have to shed again after this.
Well, be careful around them. Apparently, they can infect you.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, make
I'm
you
sure
all
I'm...
barky and leafy.
Sounds revolting.
Don't think it'd do much for your complexion.
Well, I'm sure I'm more than a match for any... What? Some of the vines have snaked their way down
snake.
underneath her. And she's pulling her coils up. She notices there's a little bit of resistance, and the vine snaps. She looks at it.
Told ya.
Extends further, and more vines suddenly rope up around her.
What?
She begins flexing to try to break them too, and then more vines and more. And you see some of these bramble clumps coalescing around her, pinning her in place. Her head wags back and forth. I don't believe it. I'm stuck.
Same thing happened to me. But no, guys, we should probably free her.
Yeah, Raka will maybe cast some frosty penguins at the ensnaring vines with a bemused look on his face.
Careful with that! And as you're preparing the spell, you see further down the branches what you took for branches begin swaying and moving toward the now pinioned Astereth.
Oh no.
No, we need her.
So, yeah, should be able to see the new map.
Yep.
Yep.
I got it pulled back
Hey,
up.
new map.
Back off the Theater of the Mind screen.
Yep. And I'm going to drop in some creatures. And we are going to roll initiative.
Yay! Grab your token.
Yep,
Roll.
okay. Grab token. Token grabbed. I'm moving it around. You can see me
Yes.
doing this. All the
Yes,
stuff.
you can. All the
Now,
stuff.
initiative.
Push the button.
Yay! It worked. I got a nat one.
Hey, it worked.
Woo!
We
Hold
did
on.
it.
Wait. Raka beat Nyril on
Yes.
initiative.
Yes.
Nyral's
this
only
is
got a
gold
+1 to initiative.
Raka's got a -1.
Yeah, but, you know. That way when you get in trouble, I can come save your feathery butt.
And when you get in trouble, I can come save your furry butt.
Aw. Saving butts.
Butts are a good thing to save. We need
They
those
are.
to sit on.
You kind of need your butt.
Yep.
Okay, hang on.
It's time to
I
change
should
my
have prepared
music.
this better.
It's no longer happy forest music time. It's time for
These-
fight music.
These do not look like happy little trees.
No, they're not happy little trees.
Send Bob Ross home.
They are Groot.
No, I don't think they're Groot either.
This map is awesome. So quick question: these ropes, they're like going across. Are those just ropes, or are they something that are able to be traversed?
It would be, you could certainly try to traverse them.
Okay, so
You
no,
can
they're not
try.
traversable.
I love that you can try. So
I
does
saw
my
another
kid.
snake over here. There's more
Yeah,
snakes,
that
y'all.
was just because I have to have a token on the map. For,
I was just being goofy.
For Miss Snakey,
I've
who
had
is
to-
now stuck.
Okay.
should have the whole thing on the screen now. I hope. I had to
All
zoom
right.
out quite a bit.
If Astereth ever makes an error, I guess we can call her a missed snake.
Oh dear. All right. So,
Totally
first
short
up in the
version.
order is going to be Theron.
Okay. I'm going to have questions
Okay.
in 1 second. After I look at something.
Mm-hmm.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Okay. Right here. Is there enough room that if Theron was running, he could get from this square to this square?
Oh, yes. So,
Okay.
yeah, with your long jump, you can make that.
So seeing that all these little planties are coming up here, and we're going to have to keep them off of our snake friend, just real quick glance to Keela. Do we really need the snake this bad?
Don't really look forward to fighting big beds our own, so yeah.
Okay. He's going to kind of close his eyes for a second, draw a deep breath, and I'm going to burn a key point for Step of the Wind.
Okay.
And let me see. So I'm going to bonus action that, well, coming to here, that should be 20 feet, and then another 10 feet to jump across. So that's 30. Then my 40 feet should get me to there. Then I've got Step of the Wind burning. So, bonus action dash. Ugh. Gonna burn 15 feet to get to the edge of this, and then I'm gonna leap from there to here, which should be 15 feet.
Okay. Monks are crazy.
And yes, that gives me, well, I'll end my movement right here. But he should have had a 20-foot long jump from Step of the Wind. So if if anything was gonna break or anything, let me know. But otherwise, I think he made it.
Yeah, you were able to make it with your incredible monkish talents.
So I'm just gonna get up here and go. I didn't think this would be a problem for you, and I'm gonna take the dodge action and just get the sword out and get it ready.
Okay. Next up is going to be
Not Nyril.
nope.
Big angry.
Yep.
Treebeard.
This tree blight is going to stomp its way in your direction.
Come at me, bro.
And that's all it can do with this turn.
Oh, good.
So next up is Astereth. You can see her considerable muscles flexing against these vines. They just seem to be growing more and more tight around her. She is not able to break free. Keela, you're up.
All right. Keela is going to move up to this position and take aim at this first little dude over here and shoot. Crossbow style.
Okay.
Ba-bam. 25.
25 will hit. Which one are you aiming at?
This first one right here.
All right. So that one is just gone.
Okay. Just
Hmm.
pretty ready to shoot
Splinters
at him.
everywhere.
Yep.
All right.
Sweet.
Can we make this hilarious? How big is her tail at the end? Just out of curiosity. Like how tall?
It's probably about I mean it's down to the very tip, but it's probably about 2 feet thick at that point, and then getting thinner.
Okay. All right. Can't hide behind it, but that's all right. I was like,
No.
could we hide behind the snake tail?
I bet you could hide over there.
I probably could, but I can't get over there. I've used up all my movement so far. But
Oh, okay.
we'll get there. That'll end my turn. We are going to
All
use the
right.
snake to hide.
Next up is the twig blights.
Excuse me.
Hello, little friends.
Or baby Groots.
Hello,
They are baby
Twiggies, my old friend.
They kind of are at this point.
We've come to chop you up again.
All right. So
Turn your faces into kindling.
the two that are nearest to Theron are going to try to take swipes at him. This
All
is
right.
with disadvantage.
Against a 17 AC.
Yep. We got an 8 and a 10.
Oh,
Just miss.
The
They
other
tried.
two are going to they're going to manifest these large hardened acorns and try to hurl them at you. A 10
Oh,
and a 5.
nuts.
They do
Yep.
try their best.
They really
do.
do.
They try so hard. They're kind of
All right.
cute. Yeah, you can come at me, little
Yeah,
guys. Let's
well,
go.
Keela, you are just out of their short range, so they're going to also roll with a disadvantage, but 3 of them are going to hurl acorns at you.
Oh dear. Dual
The
crit.
14, an 8, and a 13.
No.
So
Nope.
they are not successful.
Oh, they try.
They do.
We
Poor
cheer
little-
them on
bless
anyway.
their little hearts.
Yay! Go little twigs.
Um,
It's a nannard. Oh. Sorry, he's so cute. Every time I see him, I'm just like, oh.
so this tree also is going to lumber forward, and you can see its spreading roots have no trouble moving around the little twig blights.
There goes that idea.
Yeah.
All right, Raka.
Only I was on the other side of the battlefield. So quick question. This gray area up here, is that walkable terrain or is it kind of like vertical trunk space?
This area you could stand on.
Okay,
It
so
is, yeah.
theoretically, could I walk basically back here as a path to get kind of across?
Yeah, what I will say is the bark is going to be difficult terrain because it is less stable.
All right.
It's it's various slants that you have to contend with.
Sure. Let me do a measurement. Okay, I think I might be able to hit some of them with some of my spells from that distance. Yeah, I can at least get them with my cantrips. All right, so Recall will
Oh.
go over.
Sorry, he's being very distracting. How cute he is. That is adorable.
He'll get up behind Keela, and yeah, he'll just go ahead and throw out. I wonder how wise these things are. Let's cast Toll the Dead on the closest one and let out a little call.
That guy? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not terribly wise. That's a 4.
Oh, how sad.
All right. I will actually have to have you roll because it is possible for you not to kill it.
Okay. Well, it's going to be 2d8 because it hasn't taken damage, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that does it.
Nice.
ooh, one of them was an 8.
Just
That's
a tad.
nice.
Uh-huh.
Okay, down we go.
Okay. So I clearly there's like Astereth Tail and Bramble here. Is that difficult terrain too?
It would be so if you try to go through the bramble, it will not only be difficult terrain, but it will deal damage.
Okay.
But
All
you
right.
could find, you try to find your way across. You could try to glide. You have options.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I'm low enough on movement that it doesn't make sense to try and progress any further. So I will stop my turn here.
Okay. The third tree. Also strides without issue over top of the little twig blights. And it's going to shake a little bit. And several more twig blights fall out of its branches.
It's like the
Oh.
trees in my yard. They just rain down twig blights constantly that my mower hates.
All right, Nyril.
Okay, let's see here. Was gonna go to where either of these two are, but I can't now.
All right.
Let's see here. So I gotta do some measurements. Yeah, that's what I'll have to do. So Niall's gonna use dash. He's getting to here, and then he's gonna use his Gerbine long jump to go wee thump up
Okay.
there. And We're already going to burn action surge so he can attack this little dude in front of him.
All right, go for it.
Find action surge and knock that out. There it is. And for the sword.
14 hits, and it's dead.
Cool. And then he's going to attack the one next to him.
Okay.
11 hit.
11 does not hit.
Arrgh.
Aw.
Nuts. Where are those nat 20s when I needed them?
I know, right?
Okay,
In the
and
past.
that's all I can do.
Maybe if you roll a negative history check, you can fish him out.
All right, Theron.
He's gonna bring his sword up and just do a swiping attack at the one in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
So if it'll actually roll at some point,
19 hits.
and just as the sword's going into that one, roll my damage.
Yeah, I mean, it kills it.
Yeah, he's actually going to wheel around and kick the other one.
All right.
With his back foot.
Nice.
He was going to try. There was an attempt.
Yeah, it skitters to the side with surprising agility.
Little turd. And he's going to back up one step and just bring it. He's got his sword up in kind of a defensive stance, and just kind of all his muscles are going to kind of tighten and go into that whipcord type of stance as he goes into patient defense. So
All right.
he's taking the dodge action with his bonus action.
Nice.
Okay, so next up is this blue tree, which is going to skirt around. Ends up right here.
Oh, geez.
And it is going to raise its thick, knotted branches and try to bring them down on Astereth's head. With advantage because she is restrained.
Oh, man.
So that is 2 attacks with its branches and 1 attack with this gaping maw in the side of its trunk. One of the branches hits, 1 misses, and the bite hits.
Oh,
That
jeez.
is 17 damage.
Oof.
Jeez.
And it could have been worse.
So it's Astereth's turn, and she is reeling and a little dazed. And she shouts, "Someone get me out of these stupid vines so I can fight!" Keela, you're up.
Keela is going to actually. Well, actually, I don't think she has a shot. Well, no, she probably has a shot on big guy over the little thing's heads, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The big guy is about 15 feet tall.
Yeah, we're going to shoot at big guy then.
The green big guy?
Green big guy, yep.
Okay. There is no one engaged with him right now.
So no sneaky sneak.
No
Yeah.
sneaky sneak, but I would get it on little dude. But I mean, like, they don't really need the sneak damage. They just kind of explode if I actually hit them.
Yeah.
Plus, the big guys make more little guys.
That's where I'm coming from. Yeah, let's go after big guy.
Okay.
25.
Is that the green big guy?
Green big guy.
All right. That is going to hit. Roll your damage.
All right. Let's go with 11.
Nice.
Still good damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is definitely good damage. So yeah, that bolt rockets in, and you see the tree shudder back and wave, sort of like it's been hit with a strong wind, and it wobbles and stabilizes.
Excellent. Time to move. Let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That's not gonna work very well. Oh, I can hop over here. Let's go on. Let's see here. Just getting some space here. I don't really want to go over there. I think I might just stay where I'm at, actually. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yep.
That brings us around to the red tree. It's going to ba-dum, ba-dum, stumps its way, trying to make it to Astereth, but there's this pesky little fox in the way.
Mm,
So it's going to raise up its branches. It's going to try to bring them down on Theron.
oh,
Bring
geez.
it.
Oh, it's
With
already been brought.
disadvantage, that is a 17 on the bite.
It's going to miss because I've got Agile Parry up. So you're trying to hit a 19.
Yep. A natural 1 and a
Oh.
20.
20 will hit.
Ooh.
That's wow. Really low on the damage, so that's 6 slashing damage on you.
Ouch.
Was there something, Tau?
No.
Okay.
Whoops.
You progressed past the point where I might have done something. So
Oh, I'm sorry. There was something that you could do to intervene. Then
yes, theoretically, but not at this point.
okay.
Shouldn't have showed him the damage.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see. All right. So recall.
So what I want to do is, if possible, kind of sidle past Keela and try to jump and glide to this other
Oh, yeah,
platform.
that should be easy.
Yeah, you can do that.
And that'll be 15 feet of movement. So I'll be here, and then all right. Well, here is where I can get to. Now let me do another little bit of measuring real quick.
Like you're just ignoring Astereth telling us, hey, get me free. We're like, no.
If I were to cast Agnazar's Scorcher, which is basically a 30-foot ray,
Mhm.
from here, if I angled it like, do you see my little arrow?
Yep.
I do.
Yeah, so if I angled it like I'm angling it, would it basically catch the 3 twig blights and the big guy?
It would also catch Nyril.
Yep.
If I were to position myself, because I think I could, if I were to position myself here,
Mhm.
and then do that, I'm assuming that it would only get 2 twig blights and the biggie.
Let's see. Well, it's 5 feet wide, so
Yeah.
I would give you that twig blight on the north.
Okay. All right. That's what I'll do. I will cast it at 2nd level.
Okay.
So we
Nice.
will. Let's
Nice.
see.
So there's some dex saves I need to give you.
Yeah, each creature in the line's got to make a dex save.
Okay, we'll start with the Twiggies. Say 4, a 4,
Oh,
and
no.
a 6.
Oof.
Oh, poor little
Aw.
twig blights.
So-
Aw.
We'll go ahead and
Pop, pop,
it
pop.
is still possible they survive, but not likely. So I'll go ahead and roll.
Oh yeah, they're not
And
surviving.
a 4. Wow.
Oh man.
These things did not do so good with their saving throws. All right, so yeah, all 3 twigs are gone. The big guy takes that fire damage, and you hear it roar. It did not like that one bit.
Good.
Anything else with your turn?
I will call over my shoulder to Astereth. Just a moment. We're coming. And that'll be
All
it.
right. So he's going to step forward, and again, not liking that his way is blocked, and really not liking that he just got lit up. He's going to take some swings at the Raven.
Oh boy.
Mm.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Wow. Rolled a 10 and an 11.
Well,
Uh-oh.
sadly, my AC is 10.
Okay.
Oh
Oh.
no.
Ooh.
Oh god.
All right. So that is 15 damage and 11 damage.
Oh.
Oh.
And there I go.
And it's now going to bite at Nyril.
Oh god.
21 to hit.
Jesus.
We're gonna pop the hang on, I have to get back to it. Yes. The spiny shield.
Mhm.
So
yeah, all you have to do is roll 2d4, and that will be taken off of the damage that it inflicts and be reflected back at it.
wow.
All right. So instead of 10 damage, you take 8 damage, and it is going to take 2 damage.
Oof.
Why didn't you roll better?
I tried, but you know.
And let's see, it was... it's going to walk across Rakaw's down form
Mm.
and end up there. And that brings us to Nyril.
Great. How is Tree Boy looking?
You definitely have done some damage. You see
Rather
the
crisp.
wounds that you've inflicted are smoldering from the fiery wrath of the now unconscious Rakaw.
Mm.
It looks like it's still pretty sturdy.
Rude.
Another question. Since Astereth is on the other side, would this be considered flanking?
Yeah, it would.
I'm torn between using that and helping Rakaw back up. I'm going to have to risk taking an attack of opportunity to move up.
Okay. Twig Blight is going to try to scratch at your ankles for an 8 to hit.
That's not going to hit. Or if it does, just pings off. And he's going to use his one of his potions of healing on Rakaw. So,
Okay.
how do
Roll those heals.
you get 7 hit points back?
All right.
7.
You're not dead.
You're conscious and prone.
Yep, and that is all I can do.
Okay. Theron. Let's see if we can get through one more round.
Regretfully, I have made a tactical error that I'm going to have to correct. But you know, it's 2020 hindsight, and I can't find any of my. There it is. As he's kind of in his defensive stance and blocking attacks, he kind of focuses and manages to thrust himself backwards using Step of the Wind to avoid the attacks of opportunity.
The branches come down, but they're too slow to.
Yeah. All right, you want the snake? She's yours. And he's going to jump onto the snake, if I can.
Yep.
And he's going to run and take 2 attacks on the brambles that are holding right here.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. Roll attacks, and yeah.
There's a 14 and a nat 20.
Ooh,
Nice.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Go ahead and
Nice.
roll
So
your damage.
Did the 14 hit?
Yes, it did.
All right, so here's the 14. So that's 12.
Mm-hmm.
Then for the nat 20, there's an 8 plus D10.
All right.
So 11. The crit did less.
Wow.
That's
That's
funny.
funny.
But that's 23.
You bring the sword down, and that is just enough. That part of the bramble disappears, and Astereth's head is free. Perhaps you're not completely useless after all. Anything else for your
And-
turn?
I will be polite and hop off of her back down to here.
All right.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay. The blue tree is going to try to swing at her again, but since her head is now mobile, he no longer has advantage.
Good.
So still hit with 2 of the attacks for 19 damage.
Jeez.
All right. Now it's there, and now it's Astereth, and she rears back and says, "My turn." And she is going to bite at this guy. Where's that? She got a nat 1.
Woof.
Oh no.
Snaps and yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, in lieu of that, yeah. No, I don't know that it hits. Oh,
Oh, the indecision.
yeah. I don't. Never mind. I don't think it'll do anything here.
Okay. So the Amaranthine are waiting, but they're gonna hold
Yeah.
off. Wait for your signal. So only her head is free, so that's the only attack she can make today on this turn. Keela, you're up. You see
Shooting it.
the rest of her
Big-
coils flexing, but they aren't able to make any headway.
Yep, we're gonna shoot at Big Green again.
Okay.
Because that seems to be a good thing to do.
Yep.
15?
15 hits,
Yay!
and you will get your sneak attack. 20.
Yay.
Nice big hit.
Jeez.
All right, so you're just starting to see some wear and tear. So it is not bloodied, but it is sappy.
Okay.
Hmm.
That's good. All right. I'm gonna hold position still.
Okay.
I don't think I can hide.
This tree is going to move forward, and it is going to shake its branches
Oh no.
and throws one little twig blight out.
Oh. Okay.
Could be worse.
Could be a lot worse.
And I just realized I deleted the twig blight that had its initiative count, so I need to make another one. And
They miss a turn now.
yeah, I think they had an initiative count of 9.
Nice.
So,
Nine?
so that one will not
Nine.
act because
But is it a mighty 9?
so this one is going to try to it's going to dash to get up to Theron. Actually, not outside of her melee range, so does not incur an attack of opportunity.
Hmm.
Let me check. Oh, okay. So those were unable to make an attack. This twig is going to step up behind Nyril and with flanking is going to try to attack him.
Oh dear.
There's a 13.
That's not gonna hit. He just feels something pesky like brushing against him.
Yep. And Raka, you're up.
All right. So I'm prone.
Yes,
So it's half my movement to get up.
that's correct.
And if I move here, do I incur any attack of opportunity from the big tree?
You do not.
Okay. If I were to cast another Scorcher,
Careful.
and
Careful.
I angle it here, first, am I getting the big blue?
You're not getting the blue.
Okay.
You're
So
getting-
if I did this, then I assume that I would basically miss all the little twiggies.
Yes.
All right. Then there's not really too much point in trying to aim for them if I can't hit them as a byproduct. If I just aim straight, I assume I'm not hitting Astereth.
That's correct.
All right, then we will go ahead and gin up another little phoenix and send that out. Straight line at the two big tree blights.
Okay, here comes their dex saves. An 11 and a 19. Blue got the 19.
You know what? Now is the time. I'm gonna invoke the Amaranthine to switch. No, wait, I can't. It's not a save. Sorry, never mind. It has to
Okay.
be an attack roll. My bad. So 17 damage halved for Big Blue.
Okay. So that's going to be 8 damage for blue. 17 for red.
Smokey the Bear is not happy with us at the moment.
Well, these trees definitely aren't happy. They roar their disapproval. Anything else for your turn?
I guess groggily I will take one step back and just be like, okay, that's all I had.
All right. So green is up. And as you watch the wounds that you have inflicted on this creature begin to grow closed
Oh no!
as it heals 10 hit points.
Oh, wow.
Oh god!
And it is going to look down at the raven that is continuing to wreak incandescent wrath. And it's going to turn toward the snake and whack at her 3 times.
Oh
So
boy!
this part is still restrained, rolling with advantage. All right. The branch attacks both hit, and one of them was a crit.
Mm.
Okay. I think I need to change that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and invoke that and swap it to a 13.
All right. Let's see.
Has to be a
So that-
reaction anyway. So
Yeah. So that does still hit, but it's no longer a crit.
yeah.
So that's 22 damage total instead of 31.
Yeesh.
That's a savings.
Yep.
Yeah.
By Grabthar's hammer.
What a savings!
Oh. By Grabthar's hammer, what a kitty. Sarfang, look, it's all the people.
All right. That brings us to Nyril.
Okay. He's gonna lay into this tree with 2 attacks with advantage.
Okay,
'Cause we're
go for it.
flanking. So let's see. Longsword. Shift. Well,
Yeah, crit
What?
hits.
okay. Yay. Oh,
That's 17 damage.
alrighty.
I love how his one hand damage is always higher than his two hand, without fail.
Well, no, there's been a couple times it hasn't been, but yep, that's all I can do. because the other attack didn't hit.
Oh, I didn't see another attack.
Well, I
Yeah,
rolled
only
with it. Oh, that's right. With it, I forgot. Aha.
Yeah,
I can do
rolling
it
with
again.
advantage.
Wahaha.
Yeah, a 20 also hits, so that's another 8.
Woohoo.
So you've more than outdone the healing, and yeah, this green tree is looking pretty ragged.
Good.
Okay.
So, mate, you stumped.
All right. Well, it is 11:08, guys. Do you want to try to keep push to another round, or do you want to call it?
I'm good with doing whatever you guys want to do. Picking up in a fight, especially in the middle of a fight, isn't bad to keep us going.
That's true.
We just kind of have to remember sort of what we were doing.
Yeah.
And since it's only going to be 2 weeks, we should be able to remember. So
Yeah, I would think that'd be all
I think
right.
this is a pretty decent spot to leave off for tonight. We're not in bad shape. We're not in great
Cliffhanger-ish.
shape. So
No. Some of us are in very, very rough shape.
yeah,
Some of
that's
us are in
true.
bad shape.
Yeah. That's
Let's
true.
go 5 more rounds.
Well, hopefully, reviving Rakaz made up for the blackjacking.
I mean, he wouldn't have gone down if he hadn't taken the blackjack in the first place.
Oh.
So I don't know that you're breaking even yet.
It's a moral victory on both counts for Nyril. Oh man. All right.
Goodness.
So yeah, I think we're gonna leave it here for tonight. We'll be back with more Stonemoss Abbey in 2 weeks. So our next session will be Friday the 17th, and I'm gonna have to get with the gang and see what we're doing about the session after that, because it falls on New Year's Eve, and I know a lot of people have plans for New Year's Eve. So I'm gonna be streaming regardless, but we'll figure it out and we'll make something work. But until then, I'm going to bid everybody in the party here a good night. I'm going to hang out with chat for a bit, and then I'm going to have to go too because I am hungry. So thank you, everybody, for playing. If you want to say good night to chat, feel free.
Night, chat.
Hey,
Good night, everyone.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, and I will see you all in 2 weeks. Chat, I will see you right now. Here we are. Oh man. Oh, it feels kind of good to not have like Nyril down constantly in a fight. I know it's probably coming, but you know. That was a good session. Got a lot of character work done, whole lot of info about what's going on. I've got some ideas on what we're going to find when we get to Elkheim. I'm probably going to be wrong on some of them because I can see how it can read either way. So I'm going to operate on what Nyril thinks is accurate, which not always accurate. So your Trauma Train Rich says, what does having plans mean? So for New Year's Eve, I mean, people have plans to go to parties, or they have prearranged meetups with friends, things like that. It's a night most of us in the U.S. have off. We usually get New Year's Eve off, or at least we get a little bit of time off. New Year's Day we get off for sure. So, it's a night where, because we know we're going to be off the next day, then we can do whatever we want the night before. Trauma Train Rich says, what are friends? Friends are people that tolerate your terrible jokes and are still willing to hang around you regardless of how many times you say these terrible jokes. That's pretty much friends, and they're ones that you can go, oh man, this tastes awful, try it, and they sometimes will. Excuse me. Now I at least know better than to give my friends some of the sodas that they helped me drink last Thursday, because that was a bad time. Yeah, no butter soda. Trauma Train Rich, if you offer me a butter soda, we cannot be friends. Rest says, we've got to get this man to a hospital. Hospital? What is it? It's a big building with a lot of patients, but that's not important right now. Yes. Oh, call. Airplane is such a good movie. So many jokes. Some of them we don't even realize are jokes anymore because they were references to things that were absolutely current at that point. So some of them you just kind of like, huh? And then it moves on because it's just the entire premise of that movie is throwing joke after joke after joke after joke after joke and just having them all. It doesn't matter if they hit or not. Some are going to hit. And there's so many of them. You're going to have a good time. So Airplane is great. Yes. Yes, Trauma Train. Excuse me. I speak jive. Y'all don't want to help. Y'all don't get to help. I can't say the next line because it's a family-friendly channel. Oh, man. But yeah, it feels so good to be back in the game again and playing Nyril again. I enjoy playing Nyril quite a bit. I don't get to play the fighter that often, and it's kind of fun. It's a bit limiting because I don't really have any ranged attacks, and my mobility is not the best, and having the really low initiative there sure didn't help. But at the same time, it's part of the game, you know? And you got to look at it as if, you know, sometimes your character is just slow to react, or maybe they started to move and somebody moved in front of them and it held them up. So, you know, that's the kind of thing you had to look at it. I was amazed with how many nat 20s we got at the beginning of this session. I think there were 7 nat 20s out of 9 rolls. That is insane. That was so amazing. Oh, Whiskey. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. Yeah, this is a really fun game. Great setting. Huge thanks to Rastavar for building this setting for us. It is based out of the Humblewood setting, but he has come up with his own custom campaign. We are definitely Redwall influenced on this one, and that is completely deliberate. It's also one of the reasons why I picked a hare, because I am very partial to the Long Patrol hares, so I couldn't not do it. But yeah, it's if you've come here from any of the tweets that the Lost Legends of Redwall retweeted on it, that is some of the Redwall aspect. We are after a magic sword that's kind of like the Sword of Martin. It's kind of also its own thing too, so it's a nice blend of both. But yes, oh, Crazio, if Nyril gets that blackjack back, I can't promise he won't use it again if somebody really deserves it. And yeah, it was pretty much the good non-lethal option that would also put a player down for the count without further injuring them. The sleep spell on that is really handy. I've been staring at that weapon in my inventory for a while now, going, when am I going to use this? When am I going to use this? And the opportunity never really presented itself in a clear and credible way. So yeah, I used it on the party. But for Keela, I was worried that she was gonna, you know, being charmed, I was presume she was under the influence of something. I was worried she was going to try to get into the pod through some means of her own. So dropping her and getting her out of that danger was important. And Ricard just called Nyril a really bad word. So, and he didn't like it. Trauma Trainer says, I need a hair hat for Mad Hatter. You know, I've looked at bunny ear hats. So many of them are terrible. They're just really bad. So I at least have my... oh, where'd they go? Hang on. I have to reach for him a second. There we go. At least found some reindeer antlers. Found some reindeer antlers for Christmas time, Mad Hatter, but they don't really want to stay on my head with the... Okay, yeah, that's enough of that. That gonna work? There we go. Yeah, I'll just kind of duck down and be in here and maybe zoom out a touch. There we go. And now you can see my Christmas tree back there. That's right. I put my Christmas tree up in my studio, so it's in the background for these streams. Let's see here. Train Rich says, it's a fun game. I like the setting. Your characters are all cool. Yeah, I love the characters we have. Now, we didn't spend much time talking to each other before the start of the series. We had one kind of zero session, which is non-canon, and honestly, the roles and some of the interactions that happened in that really defined how a lot of our characters, mesh or clash with each other and set up a lot of things. So a zero session is great. I'm not talking about like a level zero, but just a game where you and the rest of the party and the DM all get together and you're going to play one session that is non-canon. So you can work out how your character works. You can work out the mindset of your character and how they work with each other. And that will make your session one, which is so full of, lore and setting up quest and all that, so much easier because you're not thinking about what will my character do right now or how do I develop my character right now. So yeah, if you play D&D and you're going to go into a new campaign, ask your DM if you can do a zero session. It is so nice. Restaurant says, I should put the hand axe in my other hand so you weren't single wielding and he wouldn't get my dueling damage bonus. Oh, yeah, but he doesn't have time to, put his shield away and, put the torch somewhere. So it was snap decision. Nomad says, using an Aquila was pretty smart. Theron, however, rolled a 4 on a wisdom check. That's fair. That's fair. No, it says the chances of hitting 3 nat 20s in a row is 0.000125. Man, what are the chances of hitting 7 nat 20s out of 9 rolls? That's got to be just ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. Man, I'm trying now to go back through chat and see other things I've missed here. Yes, D's acorns. I love the little twiglings just throwing acorns. It's like, here, let me annoy you. I'll just annoy you. And yes, Epsilon Metroid, that tree, the tree map, that is incredible. And I know exactly which forest level in Mist you're talking about. Because I got stuck there too. And yeah, Quachiri. So sometimes we are on the game screen. Sometimes we're on what I call our Brady Bunch screen. If nothing's been happening on the map for a bit and the map is no longer the main focus, I do try to switch us over to the Brady Bunch talking head screen, because at least that way you get the character screens rolling. The character screens don't take anybody's place. It's just its own box. And so you can see more of what the characters look like, their current stats, other than total health, and just get some more information in there. It's a nice handy way of putting that in without going, here, let me pop up this screen now. Let me pop up this screen now. And it's just a bit more organic. But I'll always try to remember to move it back to the map screen as soon as the map is, big and important again. We spend a lot of our time on the map layout screen, which is great because it gives everybody just an instant idea of the layout. But again, if we've been there for a bit, or if there's nothing that the map is relevant for that moment, that's why I switch us over. So I have the power to control what you see. And it's limited to about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens. It's limited to 5 screens. Technically, it's not true, because if I cut back to the game here, and there's everybody there, then I can show you all the characters full up like that. I do have buttons where I can just keep on pressing them, and some are stacked behind others. Yep. And there's the Abbott. I don't have a Costello button, but there we go. Turn all those back off. Quachiri says, I was distracted. It seemed to me like the character pages were in Tao's box as well. No, they shouldn't be. Unless Discord really like goofumed. Every now and then, if somebody does disconnect from Discord, then the way the camera feeds for everybody but me, because I have a local feed, then they will all move around and shift around. So sometimes we get some like crazy image Tetris going on if a camera drops or if somebody disconnects. That might have happened. But Whiskey says, are the characters in D&D Beyond? Yes, they are. We do use D&D Beyond character sheets. I can't really pull mine up because I don't have a good way to bring that in the way I've structured this thing. But yeah, we do use D&D Beyond for all our character sheets, both in this game and in other games we play. D&D Beyond is awesome. It's free for the most part. You can pay money into it, and sometimes to unlock certain things you have to. I did go ahead and get kind of the basic subscription because I now have more than 6 characters. So I have to, I previously had to like delete one and rebuild it and, export sheets and rebuild all the time. It was really a pain. So it was totally worth it for me to go ahead and get the basic subscription. Well, it's like having somebody, who's Scottish, say purple burglar alarm. I can't say basic subscription. Base level subscription. There we go. I just have to change how I say it. Yeah, so now I can have unlimited characters, which really helps. And I can also test out other builds and say, would this be a good character? Would that be a good character? I don't know. Restaurant says, you've got the perfect warlock. Her weapons and supplies. I don't know this reference. Quetchery says, it was a small box on the bottom of the screen. Can't remember if I looked for Tau somewhere else on the screen. I was also listening to a high-scoring hockey game from my university's team. 8-1 win. Oh my gosh. Ooh boy. Yeah, so the character screen is always at the bottom. I believe that Dow is on the upper right of the screen when he's on that screen. I can't remember. Oh, it's a jingle for D&D Beyond. Okay. So I haven't seen this jingle. I haven't seen a lot of Critical Role. I'll say it straight up. I haven't seen a lot of Critical Role. I tried to get into season 2. The first episode is really hard to get into. I need to push. In fact, I'm probably going to skip season 2 entirely and just go back to start of season 3 and start from there because it's newer and I can kind of catch up on that and be more current with my friends who are currently watching it. So, and I know some of you watch it too, which is why we have this game on Fridays and not Thursdays, because I'm not stupid enough to try to compete with Critical Role, because that just would be not a thing that would happen. Rastro will send me the link to it later. Nice. Yeah, it was written by Sam Riegel of Critical Role. Okay. Whiskey says, I've transferred all my old paper characters to D&D Beyond and rolled a few new ones. Yeah, it's really fun. There's a lot you can do with it. The bummer is that if you want to use things that aren't in the base books, you have to have purchased the books on D&D Beyond. And there's no way to get the physical book and the digital version together in any kind of deal. And this is because D&D Beyond is its own thing. It's not part of Wizards of the Coast. They have a licensing agreement with Wizards of the Coast, but they're not part of Wizards of the Coast. So I wish they would make some kind of mesh thing. They're like, if you buy the physical book, you can get the digital one for $10. Would that drive more sales for both? Yes, it would. Absolutely. This would drive way more sales. I would actually buy more books if I could buy one and get a discount on the other. 100%. But as it stands, we usually have a DM or another player that we know who can join the campaign and then share all of what they have with us. And that is how I get to do some of the cool things I get to do, because sometimes I don't want to buy an entire book just to play a certain race, but still be a barbarian. Or I don't want to buy an entire book just to get access to one level of one character class, because that's a hard hit. But, Restaurant says, I use D&D Beyond to build all my homebrew monster stat blocks. Asterisk is on there, as are the mysterious bird creatures. Yep. Yeah, it can do a whole lot, and I love how, for the most part, the dice rolls integrate well into Roll20. Now, I have had a few people say, have you tried Forge? Yeah, is it Forge? I think Foundry. Foundry, that's it. We've not tried Foundry yet. I'm not a DM. I couldn't stream this game if I was the DM. So that's one reason why I'm not a DM. I'm also not a DM because I'm not that organized. And I have too much going on as it is. I have no idea how Rastavar and Taffer do all the DMing they do. And Nomad as well, because Nomad also DMs multiple games. So I don't know how any of you keep all this in order. I just don't understand, but I appreciate it and I love it. And I thank you all so very much for doing it and putting up with all of my shenanigans, because in this game, so bonking my two teammates is the closest to shenanigans that Nyril has done. I have a character in another game who is just walking shenanigans, and I am super amazed that Taffer has not killed this character yet. But it's so much fun, and that game is really lighthearted and fun and silly, so I think that's how I get away with it. Guatri says, if Wizards of the Coast agree to that, they'd lose money. I don't know. I don't know if they would or not, because when I buy a book on D&D Beyond, Wizards of the Coast doesn't make much money on it. But if I get a deal where I bought the physical book for, its full cover price of $30, and then could get a digital version up for $10, that would make me buy more physical books, which Wizards of the Coast makes more money on. So I really think they would make more money. I think there needs to be this partnership with D&D being more popular than ever, and so many games being played online, so many things transitioning to being online, and people getting into it as an online experience. This is a thing that needs to happen. Otherwise, you're going to have people that burn out quickly, or people who only will be in certain games if, X friend is also there or available to share content. Because the more people get with content, the more games they will play and the more content they'll buy. I've bought a fair amount of content just so I can play. And if I could have got a discount, I would have definitely done that. I like having physical books. I don't like this deer antler thing because it's digging into my head at a funny angle, so I'm going to take that off. But no, I like having the physical books, and they look nice on my shelf, and I can always refer back to them whenever I want. Sometimes it's easier than digital, but the ease of D&D Beyond and going full digital is great. If Wizards of the Coast wanted to set up their own version of D&D Beyond, they totally could. And then they wouldn't have any excuse to not give you a digital version of the hard copies they sell. But I think they just honestly don't want to do it, because Wizards of the Coast is not known for going out on a limb on new ventures. They rather buy existing things and then run some of those into the ground. Yeah, like their retail stores. Anybody remember Wizards of the Coast retail stores? I do. Have you seen one in 20 years? No. They were great, though. I really enjoyed going to those. And I would someday like to play a game of D&D in person. I would like to be able to sit at a table and play with friends. But as long as pandemic is going on, that's not going to happen. And my only friends who play locally play on a night I can't join them. So, yep. So it's just going to be online. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you everybody for joining in tonight. I'm probably gonna hang it up here. I desperately need to get some food. I haven't eaten since lunch, which was about noon, and it's now 10:30 p.m. for me, so I need to go get some food. And by getting food, I actually need to go to the grocery store to get food, so it's gonna be a bit of a trek. But thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. It's been an absolute blast. let me see if I can give you all. Here we go. I'm going to pop over to another screen here. We're going to pop over to my art screen. Now, this won't be quite normal because, let's see here. I'm now in a different angle. And, oh, I guess I am still centered up. Okay, good enough. So, yeah, if you like my artwork, this is a sketch we did on Thursday, and this will be turning into a full finished piece. This is not Sunday's piece. Sunday's piece is going to be this one, where I get to finish up this character. I want to try to get as much of the rendering and lighting done as I can. I don't know if I'll get him finished, but we're going to do a heck of a lot of work. This one is, when we get to it, going to be a lot of inking. It's going to be probably a full stream of inking, as it is going to be my most ambitious inking digitally ever. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Should be an absolute blast, but we're just going to have some fun with some different stuff. So, in any case, thank you all for hanging out. I hope you have a good night and a good weekend. I hope to see you again on Sunday. And if you're here, great. If not, no worries. If you're new to the channel and like what you've seen, if you want to drop a follow, that way you don't miss when I go live, I'd appreciate it. If you don't want to, you don't have to. It's all up to you. I'm not going to be like remember to like and subscribe, ring that bell, hit that button, smash the thing. Nah, just chill. Or just chill stream here. So, all right. And speaking of chill, I got to go. So have a good night, and I will see you all next time. Good night.